Good evening, everybody. How's it going? Happy Tuesday to you all. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Mine was pretty good. It was the last weekend to enjoy before I started my new job. So E-M-Ployed, E-M-P. Oh, all right. What do we have in store tonight? I don't know. I actually don't know. I've been a little busy just kind of getting things all ready and sorted out. So let's end the song here, the intro. Let's start up some synthwave for lo-fi from Lo-Fi Girl. We'll do that. I like playing that instead once I get going. But you know, do you, boo, right? All right. Oh man. So like I said, I got a new job. Just started yesterday. Obviously we're doing training and all that good stuff, so I'm still in the process of understanding things that are obviously different from you know, you go company to company and you definitely know how to do the tech support of like basic things or the standard things, and then you have the support and rerouting of things to different departments. And I have to get used to this because let me just say this, there's a lot of departments of IT in this company, and then depending on what's being submitted or sent through, you kind of work your way through, like, does this go here or there? And I think that might be a little intimidating at first, but once I get the hang of it and I'm shadowing people, I think I should be fine. Everything else, no sweat. I think I took notes that are good enough where I can help myself if I need it. And at the same time, they have KBs or knowledge bases that will be helpful, informative, and Alex, I haven't seen your video here in our Call of Duty Discord channel, but I'll take a look at that in a bit. But yeah, all that stuff, you know, you know, this basic stuff, the things that you've been doing before and all the support on that. There are some things that refreshed my memory. It was like Outlook problems and Adobe issues. I actually had a login problem into Outlook on my laptop. I forgot to tell my team about it, but then it was like, oh, like my account wasn't set up, or my Outlook wasn't set up correctly yesterday. Once they got it all working, I had already logged into my computer, but there's a problem with that. Logging into your computer, you got to deal with the issues that are at hand, and that would be, it's like a Windows credential issue. Oh, my computer's not working. Let me restart that. It's a pop Windows credential that gets saved on your computer. So in order to fix that, you have to delete that credential, and then once you launch Outlook, it's all happy and whatnot. So things that I have to say wouldn't say I forgot, but it was like, it was there. I just wasn't there. My monitor's tracking me. So, but yeah, don't mind the mess behind me. That's my box of things that they gave me there. So an extra monitor, keyboard, mouse, you know, the good stuff. So that's all sitting behind me because I set things up where I will have my laptop in front of me here. I got this monitor up here working as the second monitor, and then these guys are obviously off because I have them already connected to two devices, and I don't want to split the signal, and I don't want to do anything else. And I think two monitors, one from the laptop and then one from here, will be good enough. I don't think I need three monitors for this job. I don't think I'm doing as much as I did with my previous job, and that's nice. It's nice. Like I said, different departments, so I'm not doing everything. I think that's one thing that I need to remember and keep in mind, that this job isn't like my previous job, which my previous job was take the ticket, figure out the problem, resolve the issue, close the ticket, take the ticket, figure out the problem, resolve the issue, close the ticket. And it could be a ticket that might be open for days. It might be a ticket that we can resolve right away. But there were also things that I did with that job, and it was, you know, build a PC, or in our case, in that case, it was a virtual machine. Build the virtual machine, set up the account, log into the account, configure Outlook, configure different applications, and then get that all going, install these applications, make sure it's locked, make sure it's on the network, all that good stuff. And then you got the user in, and then you train the user. That's what I did. And then also, you know, printer support, network support, phone support, all of that support. It was everywhere. In this case, I take the call, I figure out the issue if I can in the first 15 minutes. If it progresses, then you continue working. But if you're stuck for 15 minutes and you can't get anywhere and you reach out to your team or they're not able to help you, you pass it off to the right department that's able to do it and figure out the problem. In most cases, it would go into, you know, workstation or desktop support where they have to do something physical, or you send it to the server people. From what I'm understanding, don't worry, this is only my second day. It's not like I know everything, but you kind of move it to where it needs to go. That I think I can do. It's a lot less than what I did before. It pays less, but hey, less stress, and I'm working remotely, so I'm working from home. It's exactly what I need to do, especially helping my wife and my kids. So it's gonna work out. I think it's gonna be good. I don't mind it right now. So good. I'm happy so far. My trainer yesterday had said something funny where it's like, you know, we don't want to scare you on the first day. Maybe the second day is fine. I said, I don't think you guys are gonna scare me. So far, everything has been looking good. At the same time, I've been using my pens that I've been waiting to use it for, and this actually is out. I'm surprised that I used all the ink here. There's not much left. Look at that. That's all that's left in this ink little capsule. So I'm actually excited to replace this. However, if you guys remember when I went to Chicago, I went to that Japanese grocery store marketplace, and I bought 3 of these pens. 2 of them are, where are they? There's this one here. I think I got the other one in here. Or where is it going? It's somewhere here. I saw it just now. Let me grab it. It's here. Don't worry. It's somewhere. I have it. Had it. Where'd it go? I've been moving things around too. I had to move my keyboards around since they're wireless. That's helpful. Did it really misplace it? I think I misplaced it. Could be wrong. I'm lying. I kid. No, I don't kid. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I was moving my laptop around. But yeah, so this one ran out. Cool. This is a 0.7 tip. This is a 0.7 tip, but the thing is, this guy bleeds a lot more than this guy. And I'm actually surprised. I like the way this feels. I like the way this one looks. However, this one bleeds a lot more than this one. So I was using this one to write. I like the 0.5, which is this guy. This one actually is a twist off. And I haven't used this one a lot, as you can tell. I mean, I have 3 of them. But this one's all brand new and ready to go, and I've been using it here and there. I think this is more of like if I needed some fine writing, I'm fine doing that. If I need to just write notes, I'm okay using this. I wish I actually had this in 0.5. This would be better in 0.5. I'm gonna have to order this in 0.5 if they have it. It's Pilot brand from Japan. But these are the 2. And like I said, this one leaks too much. I'm not happy with this one, but you know, I can't return it. So I have replacements for this, all Japanese, from a Japanese stationery shop. And yeah, this should go with this guy. It's Pilot. I think this is also Pilot. I think all the ones I got here are Pilot. No, this one's Platinum, right? Yeah, this one's Platinum. From, I don't know if that's Procyon, if that's actually the brand, or if that's, can we get that? There we go. Procyon. Yo, Rue, how's it going? Happy Tuesday, man. Procyon. Procyon? So this one, actually, I like the way this feels. It's really nice. Platinum. These are the cartridges that come with it. I did buy a few things here. Let me see, is this one? There's this Platinum brand. Oh, did I mess up on this purchase? I think I bought 2 of these by accident. I showed you guys this well back when I first bought them. Do these work with? I don't know if these work with. I should try this out and see if this actually works with the Pilot brand here. Thought they were the same, but I could be wrong. So, but yeah, so these are actually, this is a converter. This you can actually dip inside like a big jar of ink, and that's what I intend to do with this guy once I'm done using it. This, I don't think this is going to work for my other pen. It's a Converter 500, but they say it's compatible, I think. Let me just search that really quick. And for some reason, oh boy, I think we're good. My middle monitor is all blank right now, and I think that's because for some reason my computer had just like blue screen when I had turned it on. Pro Cylon from Battlestar Galactica. I don't think that's what it reads. But yeah, let's go with that. Pro Cylon. I'm bummed out that I have to use my hand to actually focus this. Come on. But you know, whatever. There we go. Procyon. Or Procylon or Procylon. Whatever. Let me fix my display settings here. It thinks I have all 4 running. That's not supposed to be the case. 1 and 3 are supposed to be disabled. Why is this not disabled? Number 2 is supposed to be main. I had disabled one of my monitors because I want to use it for my main computer, but since I'm working from home, I need an extra monitor. So I had to disable monitor 4 above here. What is going on? My computer just blue screened again. That's weird. All right, we'll let it do its thing. Wink, wink. But yeah, so that's what I've been working with work. So I got this pen done, so we'll replace that. Pilot brand, I have to look and see if Pilot brand and converter works. Let me see here. Pilot fountain pen and platinum converter compatibility. I think it should be compatible. Good, that's not what I'm looking at. A variety of manufacturers produce the same style of cartridge or converter, and they are all compatible with each other. On the other hand, certain fountain pen brands may use cartridges and converters that are proprietary, made to fit their pens. Well, I think we should be fine. Let me see. I think I've checked and everything should be fine when I looked at it before. Pilot is proprietary. Oh, poop. And platinum is proprietary. Oh, poop. I have 2 of the proprietaries. Let me see if I can find these. Pilot pen. It's a Con 70 converter. Oh, bought this one by accident then. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Let me see. This is a Pilot. How do you check and see compatibilities here? I would assume, I'll figure it out. We'll look at that later. All right, let me see if I can get my computer up and running again. It was running fine. I think once I unplugged my computer adapter. Oh, maybe I should unplug it. I mean, hold on. There we go. Let's see if that helps. I don't know if it will or if it won't, but it's always worth a try. You try things, and if it doesn't work, you keep trying. Right? Okay. My desk is messy. Don't mind me. Still got 1, 2, 3, and 4. This is my main. This should have saved, but you know, things were breaking. Disconnect this one. Keep the changes. We want to duplicate on 2 and 4. We're going to disable 3. I'm hoping once this gets swapped back and forth, we should be fine. Like, if you guys remember, monitors 1 and 3 would turn off once I turned on my main or my streaming PC. I'm hoping this stays that configured that way. If it doesn't, I'm gonna be a little miffed that I have to readjust this correctly. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Oh, how you doing, Rue? I think there's nobody else on right now. That's okay. Like I said, my weekend was decent. It was my sister-in-law's birthday on Sunday. We didn't really do much for her. They weren't really planning on doing much themselves. And then they decided, hey, we're gonna go and head out to a restaurant. Do you guys want to come along? And it was already a little too late for us. And my wife and I, we stayed up late watching movies. So we were like, yeah, no thanks. we did, you know, get her stuff the day before for her birthday, but we did not do anything on her birthday itself. Platinum black, platinum blue, light blue, and then I think this is blue itself, which I don't mind swapping between the two. My sister's birthday today, I stole half her cake. Oh, well, happy birthday to her. That's pretty cool. So my sister-in-law's birthday's yesterday. Or not yesterday, it was Sunday, and then your sister's birthday is today. Well, happy birthday to her. Do you mind me asking how old she is? Like, I do mind, you bastard. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, my bad. All right. So now MSI has a handheld too that they're getting ready to sell. So now I have options. Question is which one to get. I think I'm gonna this doesn't include the Steam Deck. You got the Lenovo, you got the ROG, and then you got the MSI now. So older than me, and I'm older than Fart. Well, like I said, happy birthday to her. That's cool, man. Nothing wrong with being older than Fart. I think everybody's older than Fart. Depends on which ones you're talking about, right? I'm really curious on why I got this one. I thought this one was compatible. I thought I got Pilot overall, but no, I'm wrong. Is it beyond 40 years old? Because I mean, I'm right getting close to it. Pilot fountain pen converter. Like, is there a difference between the 50 and the 70? What's going on here? This one's not a screw type though. This one's like a pop-in type, if I remember. Well, maybe it screws on the inside. I don't know. I don't know what. Forgot what model this one is. Does it tell me here? Fountain super quality. Nah, it just says super quality medium. Pilot super quality medium. I'm beyond 40. Am I younger than all you guys here? I don't know why I'm really happy right now, but I did wake up early today. Just for work. Okay. Pilot. Brands, writing instruments, fountain pens. There we go. I like the Pilot G2 pens. So I mean, fountain pens are just as good for me. I don't see my version here. Oh, excuse me. I'm good. I'm the senpai now. Notice me, senpai. At what age do you become senpai? Okay, so I have this pen. This is the pen. No, is it the same? I'm not gonna show you guys because it might pop up my information here. This is a Japanese pen. This is like the American website, so I don't know if that's Pilot Japanese fountain pen. Different brands, right? Or different kinds for different countries. This wasn't an expensive one. I thought I found it before. Let me see if I can find it on Amazon again. History. Oh. I was like, what is that? No, that's something my wife ordered for my in-laws. They're going overseas and visiting. I think they're going to Thailand? Could be wrong, but oh boy, can I find... How far back can we go here? Let's see if I can go far back. You just gotta have more experience than the Kohai. Oh man, I don't even remember what Kohai meant. Okay, a lot of history here. Christmas purchases. We'll keep talking while I'm searching here. Come on, load more, please. Kirby. My kids love Kirby now. They're big fans of Kirby. Okay, I remember that purchase. I remember those purchases. I'm still looking around. I need to buy a printer. What kind of printer? Just like an inkjet printer? You're looking for like oh, is this done? This is as far back as it goes. Ah, shoot. Really? That's as far back as it goes? Okay, fine. Pilot fountain pen, Japanese. Where's this fountain pen? I can't even find it. Like, I don't see one that resembles this one that I have. I could probably take a picture of it and then, oh, there it is. It's just like, spoke too soon. It's a Pilot Explorer lightweight fountain pen. Okay. So let's see if we can find. I should have bought a find nib. It's $30 for one. I might get one. I might. These are nice colors. I'll have to look at this. It's a fountain pen converter, screw type. Pen converter con 70. What's the difference between a screw type? Okay. Ink, I need one of those money printer go. Oh, you're gonna be printing money, huh? Nice. What kind of money printing? Is it money that I'll be able to use? Because I could use some. Just kidding. My job is now going to provide me. It's going to provide me income. Don't mind this guy right here. I actually want to talk about this to you guys. It's actually more of a consumer report. A consumer reporting report than it is talking about it in general. Like I was, so this guy I was using when I was working out. However, you know, when you, I'm not gonna say like it was like messy, but I had put a drink mix in there. I think it was Powerade or Gatorade or whatever the case might be. And when I had done that, let me write this out though. Pilot Explorer fountain pen. When I had used it, I forgot to put it like in the fridge. So obviously the drink itself went bad and I tried cleaning it. However, this guy doesn't do the best in cleaning. If you guys ever buy the Zulu brand, we got this at Costco. This is a 64 fluid ounce. It tells you from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. of how to drink, how much to drink, and how much you should be drinking by the time it's 9 o'clock. Kind of friendly, helpful. But if you realize, this is actually just like a hollow 3D design, like through, you know, Maya, or not Maya, what is it that I use? Fusion. So this is kind of like just a hollowed out version of like a design in Fusion 360. Like if you look closely, this is like a nub where this handle from the emptiness of it goes right on. Cool, right? This is easy, simple. It's lightweight, nothing wrong with it. However, if you look at the design, in any point here, you cannot clean it unless you have like a brush that is like, that bends. I don't have a brush that bends. You're gonna have to buy a brush that bends. If you don't, you can't clean here. And this actually has like slight mold growing in there. I'm not trying to discuss you guys, but I'm just showing you that this is like a consumer report issue. If you look at this part that actually holds this handle in, this is hollow as well. This is actually, your drink can go into this part and underneath this part. And if you get this dirty and you can't clean it out properly, this could continue to grow mold and icky. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you look at it inside here, look right there. If you look at that, the water or whatever can go right in there. This actually holds fluid. It is a hollow design. It's basically them going, okay, we're going to make this look like this, and then they're just gonna hollow everything out. This is I mean, you could do that in Fusion 360, but this is exactly what they did. And then it was made in China. Obviously everything gets pushed over to China, and then dishwasher safe, top rack dishwasher safe. However, the clean water and the soap is not going to come in here and clean this out thoroughly, and it's not going to. This can grow disgusting stuff in here. If you see the Zulu brand, don't buy it at all. Like, I'm actually a little miffed that this is how it's designed. I thought this was going to go through, or at least this part was going to be solid where it prevents anything from getting in here. But like I said, I'm going to use my water here to show you guys. And then they blame China for bad design. No, exactly, right? Like, designed in America, made in China. It's like, okay. You see that? Do you see how the water is right there? Like, if I shake it, there's water right there. And if this is something that can grow mold in, how are you gonna go in here and like, so there's lips right here that like hold it in place. How are you going to clean this little nub of hollowness? There's no way. So find the Costco supply manager and kick. I know, like, it's like, I'm not griping about it like terribly, but if you think about this, nobody's gonna know what it's designed as. Nobody's gonna know if they've cleaned it thoroughly. And who the hell has a freaking tool that's going to allow you to get underneath here and then on top and hook up through here? Like, who the hell has that tool? I don't. Not at all. Not at all. So if, again, you guys buy Zulu or you guys see Zulu, don't buy this thing. This is disgusting. I can't believe that it's like, it's designed like this. I thought it was like, okay, cool. You know, here's the handle. Let's push the handle back in. At least try to. There's that. So it clips in. Kind of like have to pull this part. At least, you know, have to go at the angle or whatever. I forgot how I took this out. I think I just kind of forced it off. But it's all designed to just kind of click in like that. It looks like, oh, this is cool. It's just sealed. No, it's not sealed. I bet there are TikTok hacks where you pour alcohol in there with a rag and shake the clean. No, thank you. I don't want to do that. It should be a simple design. All they had to do was just turn this into a solid plastic piece that clips onto here, and it would have been, well, partially perfect. I think what they should have done is they would have like kind of turned this part here solid as well, or just block it off somehow, because how do you clean here? You can't. There's no way to clean it. And forget those TikTok hacks. I'm not gonna follow those TikTok hacks. Oh yeah, I don't have the cover too. I had thrown it away before I had realized. Let me show my viewers on Twitch, which it doesn't, you know, for those of you that are here, there's your consumer report announcement. So yeah, don't buy that one. Oh, so there's that. Okay, now looking at this. Pilot fountain pen converter. Clear body will allow you to check the amount of ink left. Okay. I wonder how you actually attach this to your... Point type is medium, materials plastic, colors clear. I will have to look at this later. Let me add this to my list of stuff. Office supplies? Let's say office supplies. We'll put it in there. So I guess I can't use the fountain pen converter here, but you know, if I ever buy another platinum version, then I got those. So that's good. In the meantime, you know, can use this. This has 10 in here. I got the blue version. That can go in there. And then I got the Pilot Black. So I'm just, like I said, I'm just glad that I actually used this. I don't work anymore, or wasn't working anymore. And I was like, when am I ever going to finish all this? But actually, it doesn't have much left. I'm glad. It's actually, I'm using my money's worth. All right. Rude, that looks like toilet paper. 2020 unroll. Yeah, it is toilet paper. All right, I'm gonna put this here for now. That has nothing important on it, so that's okay. But yeah, so that's kind of what I've been dealing with work, training, all that, getting used to just the transition and what I'll have to do in regards to reassigning tickets, which I am okay with doing. All right. I have to buy like a nice platinum pen again. I really like these ones. Fine nib. This is a nice color. I would show you guys. Let me just open this in incognito. Or not. Let's see. Is this working? We got this working right? Oh. They want me to confirm my what was it? It was like a code. Weird. So these are the ones. These are the fine nibs. So I got this is just as medium. This is a medium nib. But I like these colors here. The ones that are selected here. It's a pretty nice blue. This is a gray. Currently unavailable. There's like a lime green or lime. This one, that's pretty nice. I like the red. Red stands out here pretty well. And then this blue one, it's a turquoise. So I might buy one of these. Age range is adult. What? Why does it say adult? I don't get that. Is it adult size? It's not for kids? Weird. Oh, these are stainless steel. Oh wait, hold on. Stainless steel nib, my bad. I thought this was stainless steel. It's just plastic. Especially with the way the bottom of that pen cap looks like. Pilot Explorer fountain pen, striking turquoise barrel with a fine stainless steel nib. The Pilot Explorer features a contemporary barrel design, perfectly weighted and balanced for a premium writing experience. That's someone who's knocking on my door. Express yourself through effortless writing. Oh, man. Too bad my handwriting's horrible. Adult as in legally we're not responsible for injury. I mean, this could be a weapon. Look at this thing. You see that? That thing is sharp, even though it's blurry right now. Oh, look, the focus. Cool. And focus is gone. All right. Yeah, this is a medium. Now, I don't like how they say medium, fine, or whatever. This one, the platinum actually says. Oh, it does say fine. I would assume that it's like a 0.5. But you can definitely tell a difference between the two. I might get a fine version of this one though. I'm not crazy about pens, but when it comes to fountain pens, I'm like, this is neat. Yo, Maida, how's it going? Happy Tuesday, my friend. How have you been? I'm just looking at fountain pens. I've been writing notes for my new job, and I've been using my fountain pens that I bought when I went to a Japanese market in Chicago. And finally, like I said, I'm like boring everybody again who's listened to me, which is just rude. There's nobody else in here. I finally used the ink here. I'm happy. I got refills and I haven't been able to use these pens as thoroughly as I wanted to. But whenever I get a chance to try writing, I try to write on with these guys now because, you know, it's cool. Full from dinner. Ooh, what'd you have for dinner, man? I had something simple. It was it's a classic Hmong dish. And now when I say classic, keep in mind that when I say Hmong dishes, it's not like this extravagant, like, ooh, like fried rice. Let me just put this out here too. When it comes to eating dishes like Asian cuisine, half of these dishes that are like in restaurants are not dishes that we eat every day. We don't eat fried rice every day. We don't eat pho every day. We don't eat like kung pao chicken. Those are like the specialty style dishes that are for like special events and whatnot. Went out and had steak, any kind of steak, like Texas Roadhouse, probably Texas Roadhouse. We got Applebee's. Like what are you talking about, those chain restaurants, man? There's better ones here. Kung Pao Steakin'. Yo, Terry, how's it going, man? Happy Tuesday. Late evening to was local place. Ooh, even better. It's like a mom and pop shop. But going back to what I was saying, like Asian cuisines, you don't eat that often. So the dish that we had is it's boiled pork. So you take the pork, you boil the water, you throw the pork in there. It's actually pork ribs, and you boil all that. You add salt to it. It's simple. You just add salt to it. That's what flavors it the most. And then once you get that boiling with the cartilage and everything's just nice, soft, and tender, then you throw in these mustard greens. And once you throw those mustard greens in there, it just adds like this flavor of yumminess. It's simple, but it tastes amazing, and it's probably really healthy. I mean, that's all it is. Water, pork, and then mustard greens. That's it. So, yo, you know the owners even? That's awesome. I wish I knew like people that own mom and pop shops. I have a former coworker who had a place that he knew, person that he knew that owned a mom and pop shop. Really, really good from what he's told me, but I've never been there. Sounds Korean or something. I mean, I think when you look at Asian cuisines and Asian dishes, if you look at the root of it all, it's basic stuff. It's kind of like just, it's like stuff that you would find like, you know, in a garden, and you just kind of boil it all together and you add it. Like there's actually a dish that my wife and we like, and it's simple too. You take a chicken, depending on what pieces you like. If you like the dark meat, light meat, whatever, you can take a whole chicken and chop it all up and take those pieces, and then you boil water. Now keep in mind, you're boiling water and you're like, oh, this is disgusting. However, it all depends on the herbs and the vegetables you use. Well, I guess it's not vegetables, it's more or less just herbs. So what you do is you boil the water, then you add lemongrass. There's like, I think it's called, they call it, okay, so in my language they call it like chicken herbs, and they only call it chicken herbs because that's the only time you add it. And what it does is it actually adds this like unique, yummy flavor. And I can't describe it to you guys. You guys just have to try it out. The next time we make it, I'll bring it to you guys and I'll show you. Even the herbs that are put in there, I don't even grow. My in-laws grow it, and so we use the herbs that they provide for us. But it's a mixture of all that stuff. But once you boil the chicken, you put those herbs in there, and it tastes great. I can't explain what it is and how well it tastes. You just have to try it out, and all you do is you just add salt to it. That's it. That's what I was going to say. There's a lot of similar things between all the Asian food styles. Usually the only things that change are the seasonings used. Exactly. Like for instance, like egg rolls. So there's different ways of making egg rolls. You have your lumpias that the Filipino make, and then you have, you know, Chinese egg rolls, which is I think like just cabbage and it's like probably pork. And then there's Hmong egg rolls. And so the way that we make Hmong egg rolls is we take the bean curd noodles and we throw it in with the mixture, and then we add cabbage, carrots, cilantro, green onions, and then you use whatever kind of meat you want. In this case, we use like ground pork. My wife loves ground pork. You can do chicken if you want. I don't think beef would be good, but pork and chicken are the usual two meats that you throw in there. But that would be the seasoning, and then you add an egg in there, you add your seasoning, your salt, all that, and then you mix it together, and then you roll it up and wrap it. It looks like a Chinese egg roll, and depending on what kind of wrap you use, it will, you know, it just depends on what it's going to look like, and also taste. If you get the thick wraps and you deep fry it, you got the crispy outside, kind of like what you see at Chinese restaurants. Or you can take the thinner wraps and you can cook it, and then it's just like, you know, crunchy, but not thick crunchy. In the end, overall, still flavorful, still good. So even though you say, can I get egg rolls, there are different kinds of egg rolls you can try. It all depends on where it's coming from and who's making it. So and there's even some where, like, my wife just recently made some. So there's different wraps. So there's egg roll wraps, and then there's spring roll wraps. And spring roll wraps, it's basically kind of like rice paper, and then you dip it in water, and it kind of gets soft. And once you dip it in water, it's foldable. So you put the stuffing in there, and then what my wife did, instead of deep frying them, which tastes great, she threw it in the air fryer, and then she air fried it, and it tastes amazing. What she didn't include this time was cabbage, so it was like the rice bean curd. If I'm trying to, I can say it wrong. Rice noodles. So there's different kinds of rice noodles. There's vermicelli rice noodles. What am I looking for here? I think these are bean curd rice. Bean curd noodles. There is, yeah. Imperial taste vermicelli bean thread. So let me just open this image here. Oh, that's a small image. Let's go back. Not on Amazon. Give me something that's not gonna show show my name. eBay. What? eBay? What? This is all on eBay? You can buy this stuff on eBay? I didn't know that. Alright, open image. Oh god, why is this damn small? Okay, whatever. Alright, well, you guys don't see anything because I don't use eBay, so we'll bring this up. Oh, for sure. To be honest, never had a bad egg roll. Yeah, I mean, there's various egg rolls, but then it's all the way, like, it all depends on how it tastes, depending on who makes it. So if you go to like a Vietnamese restaurant, it's going to taste a little bit different from a Chinese restaurant. If you go to a Hmong restaurant, it's definitely going to taste a lot different than the other ones. So it all varies, but this is the rice, like bean, this is the bean thread. And it looks like little like noodles that are see-through, but you add that in, and then you do the meats, and then you kind of add whatever kind of vegetables. I think she did carrots in this case. She did remove the cabbage this time, which she doesn't normally, but she did this time, and it tasted amazing. So there's that for you guys. So if you're ever around, and if we ever meet up, we'll definitely be cooking for you guys. Nothing better than crispy egg roll, especially when they are not oil soaked. And the reason why it's oil soaked is because it breaks. And that's the reason why the oil gets in there. Yeah, oil soaked is not the best. No, I would agree. It is not. And speaking of oiled soaked, I just went to a Japanese restaurant in the area. So it used to be a sushi place, but now they've turned into like an Asian cuisine / sushi. So it was in a smaller restaurant on a little strip, and they moved like a few blocks down, and they I think this building was actually a restaurant that had shut down. They purchased the building, they renovated it, and they took the menu from that initial restaurant and they added it to this restaurant. So you have your Asian cuisine, which includes like Chinese, and then you have the Japanese like bento boxes, you got the sushi in there. And this was our first time going over the weekend, and I have to admit, it was the tastiest Japanese food I've had. Now, I can't say much because I haven't gone to a lot of Japanese restaurants, and I haven't eaten what I would say like authentic Japanese food. And this had like, you know, they had the sushi, they had bento boxes with like the shrimp tempura. The shrimp tempura was amazing. The crispiness of the breading was light, fluffy. It didn't taste thick or oily. It was like damn good. I was really surprised. They had the tempura like dipping sauce too, very light, not thick, not heavy on the flavor. I was amazed at how well they were able to just get it working together, and like how lightly flavored things were. But it wasn't like lightly flavored it was disappointing. It was lightly flavored to the point where it was like, this is enough where I don't have to complain about. It was so good. And I'm like, I was thinking to myself, I was like, if they do this every day and it tastes the same all the time, I'm coming here no matter what. Yo, Only Cats, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. Meowdy back to you, man. Also, when the egg roll is left in the oil too long, it soaks the oil up as well. What you're supposed to do is, when you cook the egg roll, after you cook the egg roll, you lift it up, you let it strain, and then you're supposed to place them upright so it drips out. In most cases, the egg rolls that we make, they don't have oil like that. They kind of dry up, and then the oil is left dripping off. Or in most cases, I don't even see the oil dripping. I know there's oil there, but it's not like heavy dripping. So I also think that it all depends on like the kind of oil that you use. But yeah, that Japanese restaurant, it was yummy. I wouldn't mind going back there. It's if I were to compare it to the Japanese market in Chicago, I can't compare one to one. I can, however, I think it's called takoyaki. I had the takoyaki. Japanese restaurant in my area had takoyaki. I had takoyaki at the Japanese market in Schaumburg, and that I would say was really good. Comparing the two, for some reason, the takoyaki at the restaurant that I was at here tasted much better than the one at the actual market. But it's like I wouldn't say it's a food court, and the food court has various kinds of Japanese cuisine that you can get. And the takoyaki I got there was good, but it was not, I don't know if maybe it was because it was fresh, but I mean, they both taste flavorful, and they have octopus inside. I like egg and spring rolls. Meow meow, Only Cats. Yeah, as this Japanese place here, it's called Steakhouse, but it has like everything. You mean like everything is in like, it's kind of like a buffet style? There are some places where I've seen like buffet style where it's like, the thing that kind of, it doesn't necessarily bother me, but it irks me a little bit in the weird way where, you know, it's like Asian cuisine and it has all kinds of Asian cuisine. I get it that when you go to a place, you're kind of looking like, oh, is there Chinese food? Is there Japanese food? Is there sushi? And to mix it all together, I wouldn't say is a bad thing, but it's just kind of like, you know, like why would you want to do that? You give people options, I get it, but if somebody's there for Japanese food, provide really good Japanese food, provide really good Chinese food. Don't just say I have options for you and then like you just kind of make it and that's what it is, you know, like Lao Ming, but then it's like really oily and like thick, saucy, and you're like, not the greatest. No, it's not a buffet. Okay, that's good. Definitely better than Joy Bees. Thought some people trying and find some stuff that's good tasting like their chicken. Okay. But like I said, like, I mean, if I go to an American restaurant, you will know it, like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, what is considered American cuisine? Like burgers, fries, ribs, steak. Those are the things I can think of. If you do pizza's not necessarily American food. It's Italian food, right? Has sushi, tons of dishes, and then there's also the hibachi grills. Hibachi grills. Nice. It sounds almost like the place that I went to. They also had hibachi. But if you go to an American restaurant, it's American themed, you know, I'm thinking ribs, I'm thinking steak, I'm thinking burgers, fries. Pizza, you know, pizza kind of gets mixed into like American cuisine. like American food. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just, it isn't really American, you know? It came from Italy. But then again, like, we're, you know, did burgers come from America? No. It's just, that's the nice thing about like having a mixture of different cultures coming together and providing like, oh, like I said, Hmong dishes and Hmong cuisine is like your basic, you know, boiled vegetables and meats. When it comes to like making other things, we've kind of taken a little bit from other places, like, you know, Vietnamese food, like rice vermicelli noodle dishes and pho and you know, kapong. That's what it was. That's what we call it. But it's not technically Hmong food. It's food that we've tasted and we've had before, and we kind of add our own taste, our own like version of it, and we call it like Hmong food, but it's not specifically like Hmong food. It's like Hmong food version of, you know, Vietnamese food or Thai food. A few years ago they built a huge new building. I think they did it because old place was not big enough for how busy they were. Wow, that's good. Hopefully the pandemic didn't cause any problems for them. It's unfortunate to see like a lot of the restaurants in this area shut down because of the pandemic. It's just, you see some mom and pop shops like, sorry, we closed down. It's like, oh, that's a bummer. I think there's a Japanese, I think it's a Japanese dumpling place. I could be wrong. It's owned by a husband and wife, and I think they recently had a child, and so they had to shut it down for a bit because there's nobody working in it. So there's this one place here in town that's on one of the apps called Mingenies, I believe. They have a lot of Korean style stuff, plus the boxes you mentioned, pho and etc. All a little pricey and a long wait time, but their stuff is made to order and fresh. Oh, that's good. This is considered bullying as long as it's not monkey. Oh, the new place opened during the height of, oh really? That's good. There's a, it's like a grocery store. It's supposed to be a grocery store that offers a variety of like Asian style like ingredients. So if you're looking for like Japanese style, if you're looking for Korean, they have that. If you're looking for Chinese, they have it. Some Thai, some Vietnamese, not so much Laotian. But we were hoping that there was going to be a bigger selection of things, and at the same time, like they really like to rotate their inventory. So sometimes you'll see like, oh, there's this, and awesome, they have it in stock, and then you come back like a month later and it's like, where did it go? It's not even here. There's not even a shelf spot for it. So they have that, and then like there was supposed to be a food court there, and they're opening this at the height of the pandemic too. I think this was like 2021 or so, but I wouldn't say it flopped. I think the pandemic got so bad to the point where not many people were coming there, and it's gotten busy. A lot of people are coming to visit now. Like just this past weekend, we went to go grab the vegetables that we just made this dish out of. We got it from there. So they have things, and people are there buying vegetables and groceries and stuff. But the food court, they've actually consolidated a few places, and so it was like there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 or so restaurants, and then there's like 2 or 3 more over here. There's actually a Hmong one that makes Hmong food there, Hmong style food, and that's actually pretty good. My wife's had it before. And then there was another one where they had like Japanese bento boxes. My wife and my daughter and I, we tried it, and we're like, wow, this place is amazing. Sure enough, like 3 weeks later, we went back to it. They had changed their entire menu. Everything that they had is not there anymore. Or if it's there, it's in like it's a variation of what it was. So it doesn't taste as good as it did before. And now I'm pretty disappointed. But since we found this Japanese place, it's actually good. The bento boxes were great. My wife, my daughter, she loved it. The sushi there is amazing. Can't go wrong. The place that I went to tonight is Italian, but has Argentina flair to it because they are from there. They make everything there also. Dude, that's awesome. Argentinian. I've had Middle Eastern, I've had Mediterranean, and that actually is pretty good. I'll admit, I really like Mediterranean food. It is so yummy. The flavors are light. It's unique. It's something that I haven't had before, so I wasn't complaining when I had lived out in the Metro Detroit area. I wish there was some Mediterranean food here. I mean, there might be, but I don't know if there's enough of a population of Mediterranean people or Middle Eastern people, let alone, that would make the restaurant stand out. They make their own pasta and sauce. Oh, that sounds so good. I would be I would be all over that. I before I started working out and trying to cut back on my dieting, on eating various kinds of foods excessively, I used to say that I was half Italian because I would love Italian food. I love pizza. I love pasta. I'm always eating that stuff, and it's like so yummy. Nothing wrong with that. Where I live, too many pizza places. People got excited because a new chain restaurant opened in the town, steaks, burgers, and etc. But they are ignorant to the fact that we have a population around 20,000, 40 plus various places to eat, and no places that offer work that is not a restaurant. In fact, found out last week, another one of our last factories in town is on the verge of closing down. So again, less jobs to give people money to go to these places. Oh, that sucks. Is your town more of a factory place then? Got the steak, has gorgonzola sauce on it, and it's just so damn good. Gorgonzola? What is... That sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever had it. Gorgonzola. Gorgonzola. So it's a cheese, but if it's a sauce, what does that look like? Oh shit, that looks I wouldn't say I'm technically lactose intolerant, but you know, like being Asian, we can't tolerate dairy that well. For me, it just makes me gassy, but that looks freaking good. Oh my god. Don't do this to me, Mida. What are you doing, man? It's more tourist retirement time. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it. I mean, nothing wrong with that, but I mean, like, if you're trying to build a business there, I think it's gonna be a little harder than that. Man, talking about all this food. I mean, I just had dinner, but then I'm like, when you talk about really good food, ugh, man, it's, you cannot say no. Let's see here. I should update my drivers for my computer, my AMD drivers. Let me go and download the test drivers here. What version are they on? I haven't downloaded these in a long time here. Let me see. Software Vanguard. That's 23. This is January 24. This one is RC3. Okay, let's download this one. The mashed potatoes are to die for also. Oh. Has like 3 different cheese and garlic and butter. Oh my god, no, don't say that. God damn, that sounds so good. What are you doing to me, man? I was supposed to be eating healthy and like, this is good food. This is healthy food. And then you're like, hey, mashed potatoes and cheese and butter and garlic. It's like, that's like the perfect. Oh. I'm not out of disgust, but I'm going, oh, that's so good. That sounds so good. Oops. You've completed 0 out of 12 with 0 days left. I haven't had a chance to do any of this, man. Sorry. Wait, is it 24/11 or 24/2? 24/2 RC. Let's see here. I think this is the right one. This should be fine. Let's see this one. Yeah. I'm eating the last of my spaghetti from 2 nights ago. Did too much pasta, so I had to put more sauce on it. And it had an Italian sausage, red pepper, and mushroom sauce to add to the rest of my meat sauce. Ooh, sounds yummy. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about me and like, and pasta or spaghetti or any kind of Italian, you know, pasta and sauce. If you give me spaghetti noodles and then sauce, or you know, pasta. I mean, pasta is the noodles. But if you give me like spaghetti noodles and you give me spaghetti sauce and you mix it together before you provide it to me, kind of like Chef Boyardee style, I will not. I mean, I will eat it, but I won't be happy. Let me just put it that way. That is something that my dad did all the time when we were younger. It was like every time he made spaghetti, it was like, all right, I'm gonna make the sauce, and he added meat to it. So then it was always like, it was like meat sauce, but then he like would, you know, cook ground beef and then throw the sauce in. He'd cook the noodles. And then all I saw was just noodles being strained and then dumped into the sauce, and then it was all mixed up. And every time I ate it, it was always dry. I didn't like it. And I was just like, and every time I asked my dad, I was like, can we just separate the two and I can just kind of put it in? And then he would say no. He wouldn't let me. And I hated it. I was like, I don't like my spaghetti like this. It's disgusting. So now whenever I make myself spaghetti, it's always sauce, noodles, and then you put the noodles in the plate, you throw the sauce on top, and that's how you're supposed to eat it. Yeah, go ahead. I think you should have rights too. If not, then I think I have to do a permit. I think it's permit. There we go. Right on time. Capoletti's restaurant, family owned and operated. Oh my god, this looks yummy. Now I know where you live. I'm kidding. Capoletti's is going on vacation. We will be closed from July 8th through July 19th. We'll reopen July 20th at our regular hours. I think that's a little late. I think that's a little expired on that. Unless you're talking about this coming July. Oh my god, beef empanadas? Spinach salad? Hold on, let me see if I can launch that over here. Let me just bring it up on my main computer. Oh, I'm talking to myself again. No, I'm just kidding. I gotta mute my. What? No, that's a lie. I was like, wait, hold on, I got banned on somebody's Twitch channel. No, it was just they were just joking. All right, here we go. You're wrong. They both go together in the pan. No, Foxy, don't ever do that to me. If you're ever gonna make me spaghetti, don't ever mix the two and then provide it to me. I am traumatized from my childhood that I would not eat spaghetti like that. Now the only exception would be like maybe Chef Boyardee, but I don't even eat that. That I think is a little bit. It's a little meh for me. Let me look at this here. Okay, homemade salami and handmade mozzarella appetizer. Oh. Looks good. Spinach salad, beef empanadas, seafood linguine. Oh, seafood paella? Paella? How you doing, by the way, Foxy? Happy Tuesday, man. I learned from all the chefs on the Food Network. You cook your meat, add your veggies and sauce, and cook the pasta al dente. Yes, definitely al dente. And drain and put in the meat and sauce to have the noodles soak up the flavors of the sauce. I also like them separated, as you said. You don't mind? No, thank you for that. Like, here's the thing, though. Like, I mean, I understand, like, you mix it all together and then it's good, but it has to be, like, a different style. Like, if you're doing, like, Alfredo, cool. I'm fine with Alfredo. If you're doing, though, like, just the spaghetti and spaghetti sauce, it needs to be really saucy for me. If it's dry and it's, like, I just taste the noodles with, like, a light sauce on it, I am slightly disgusted by it. And I will eat it, but I will not be... It won't be appetizing for me. Let me just put it that way. But this place looks yummy. Oh, it's a nice place. Gusina, I don't know it. It's really nice. It's just like simple there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I mean salad, but still salad's good. Oh, that looks. Oh, the fish too. I love seafood. Oh my god, that looks good. This is like right outside of Vegas. I need to go try this place once I'm back there. My uncle actually, he's out in Vegas often, and he's got a place there that he uses, that he has as an Airbnb. Santa Clara and St. George. I mean, it's not far from Vegas. I mean, like looking at this map is like, oh yeah, it's not far, but I mean, 2-hour drive. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, I've gone through Boulder City and I've obviously gone to Hoover Dam, but I've never gone north. I haven't really driven much through Vegas, except for when I rented a car and we went through there a few times. My uncle's place is like not far over here. There's a Speed Vegas. I wanted to try that place when we were there, but we didn't get a chance to. And since my uncle lives out there, I might as well. But I think I would go to Vegas just to enjoy Vegas, not the Strip itself. I think if people wanted to go to the Strip, I'd be like, okay, let's go. You know, you haven't been there before, you want to experience the Strip. Obviously, that's what Vegas is known for. Then let's go ahead and do that. But I wouldn't do it all the time. I'd probably go to Chinatown to enjoy the really good food there. And then there was a Korean barbecue place that my uncle took us to, and that was banging. I love that place. The place was good. I lived in Vegas for 10 years. Nice. What did you do there, man? I go to Vegas to enjoy the bunny ranch. There's a bunny ranch there? You lie. Bunny Ranch Bar and Restaurant. Is this right? It just says brothel. This is wrong. Worked for family. Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Good thing I didn't have that showing up on stream. You know, you tell me and I go and I search and then I'm like, okay, no, we're not doing this live on TV. I don't want, or on stream. I don't want to get banned, but you know, nothing wrong with that. Let me restart my computer. My driver's just updated. So it's technically outside of Vegas. Yeah, is it like Houndmount or whatever? Yeah, the brothels are outside Vegas. You know, the fact that there's actually brothels still around, I'm a little surprised by that, but to each their own. Cheryl probably sees Danny the Medic, the Chinese American guy who does all the food reviews in Vegas. His name is Danny the Medic? Why the Medic? The next county. Oh, I see. The one place I wanted to try, now granted, I don't know if it's really good or not anymore. It's been a while since I've seen like reviews of the place, but Heart Attack Grill. You guys heard about that place, right? Heart Attack Grill was one that I was like, oh, like, don't mind those noises. I'm closing my Opera tabs. But Heart Attack Grill, when I first heard about that place, I was like, oh, that sounds yummy, but I don't know. Your hardware settings have changed. Please reboot your computer for these changes to take effect. I just did. It sounded great at the time, but I don't know if I would go there anymore. The county Vegas is in, it's illegal. Oh, okay, but the county next is not. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, I guess each county is different, as just the same as like states are different with their laws. So Yo, Manny, how's it going, man? Happy Tuesday. How was your weekend, man? Foxy, how was your weekend? I think it's something with population. Oh. The smaller the population, the easier it is to get a brothel going. I just posted the food prawn on your Discord, a shot of my town and all the restaurants. Oh yeah, cool. Let me take a look. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. It's a little limited there. Wild Wing, Midland, McDonald's, Explorers Bistro, Mom's Restaurant, some other ones there that aren't listing up their names. I saw something sushi on the left side. Minigi's, Kelsey's Original Roadhouse. It looks, I mean, they sound good, but, you know, with the limitations, I can understand. All the legal brothels are out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that just makes me wonder, like, if they're legal and they're out of the middle of nowhere, I'm wondering what the quality is like. It sounds weird saying that, but that's all I can think of. It's been good, man. Been playing Pale World. Oh, you like it? How's that for you? I haven't gotten it yet. How'd my brother look? A truck all day that he bought on Saturday, then did a lot of work around the house on Sunday, so it was a pretty good weekend. Oh, good here. Was this the one to replace the truck that he drove? Not necessarily drove into the river, but the one that went into the river. But you can see what I'm saying, though. Almost 1/4 of the town is food places. Yeah, that's a lot. You can look them up. They're like resorts. That is weird. It's like a resort. And every room has its own assistant. Cool. Well, good for him to get a new truck. All right, let me just check the drivers here, make sure they're good and happy. Here's the guy, Danny the medic. Huh. I mean, he's got 23,000 subscribers. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he's pretty good. But he eats all this food? I mean, like 8 days ago, he's eating wonton noodle soup. 7 days ago, downtown prime rib dinner. 4 days ago, beef chow fun at the Chi Asian Kitchen. 2 days ago, king cut prime rib dinner at a village pub and cafe. This guy eats a lot. I mean, this reminds me of like Man vs. Food. Have you guys ever seen that show? Granted, he's probably, you know, this guy's probably fit for it, but I'm not going to click on it to watch. But interesting. I wouldn't mind doing food reviews and restaurant reviews, but I think I would be enjoying so much food that I would not be able to like be properly healthy. This is the guy I was telling you he is Chinese but barely speaks it. Oh really? Okay, okay. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm Hmong and I barely speak it, so I got nothing on him. He has a funny accent like Uncle Roy or Uncle Roger. You guys know Uncle Roger, do you? Dr. Fetus's meat machine. This is something available on the Epic Game Store now. Isn't this Meat Boy basically? I have not played Meat Boy in forever, but you know, it's Meat Boy, and I don't have it on PC. At least I don't think I do. Huh? Cool. $4. I was just looking to see what was available for well, I don't even know if it was available. I was just kind of clicked on it. Yeah, that man versus food guy stopped because he was getting really on the. Yeah, I remember that. He was really skinny at the beginning of the show. Then he started to gain weight, and then I think he stopped. And then he had other people doing the contest or the challenge for him. He would go and do like restaurant reviews, but then if there was a restaurant that had a challenge, he would have somebody from like the audience kind of go and challenge for him. Or I don't remember how it was. Like he would get somebody, get them ready and prepared for it, and then they would do the challenge. Uncle Roger's so funny. I don't mind Uncle Roger. However, I feel like his accent, which I don't think is his real accent. I remember him. He's from the UK, so he has more of an English accent than he does an actual. I mean, it's not even. You can't even generalize. Like you can't say Asian accent because there's different types of Asian accents. But he has a distinct accent that is referencing an Asian accent. It's kind of, it's a little overdone for me because to say that that is an accent that is used for the role of Uncle Roger, it kind of makes sense, but it's a little heavy for me. Right. Uncle Roger's the character, but the way he does it, I feel like it rubs me a little bit, but it's not to the point where I'm like, oh my god, this dude is just like overdone and he shouldn't be doing that. Shame on him. Like, hey, if he's getting YouTube views and he's got followers, more power to him. It is a very heavy accent. I mean, like I could do accents too, but I'm not making fun of the people. Like I can do an Indian accent, I can do a Southern accent, I can do a Hispanic accent. I wouldn't say it sounds ignorant of me if I say it otherwise, but yeah. And that's the thing too, like you take comic as much as you can with a grain of salt. You know, you don't judge the person based off of what they're talking about, because the reality of it all is it's something that you are all experiencing. Like I've seen comedians talk about Asian, you know, I wouldn't say they're stereotypes, but it's just something that happens, like freaking getting slapped across the face with like a sandal. It's something you've all heard about as an Asian parent or as an Asian child, you know, like being, you know, being told that you have to have straight A's, you know, being told that you're going to be a doctor when you grow up. It's not stereotypical, but it's something that happens, you know, like, is a stereotype a good thing or a bad thing? Danny's mannerisms and such are entertaining, but never am sure if he's doing it so to get reviews or sound totally different in person, right? Now, if you're making fun of it, then I understand. But if you're using it as a character specifically for a situation, then I get it. Like my kids right now, they're like, I think Uncle Roger's, one of his sayings is emotional damage. Is it emotion? Oh, is this? No, it's not him, is it? Sorry, I'm going to know your meme. Stephen He, got it. So, Dark Monkey King, how's it going? Happy Tuesday to you. How was your weekend? Here's a short of his that Val shows what I mean. Let me just play this without. Noodle exchange.
Alright guys, I'm back at the Gold Coast in Las Vegas. And I'm at the Noodle Exchange where I'm gonna order myself a this here pork chop rice with sun-dried shrimp, which has a little pepper on it, for $16.99. Alright. I hope it's not too spicy. Tap water. Alright guys, it has arrived.
Does he know it's tap water?
Let's take a closer look.
He sounds, it's kind of, there's a hint of Chinese accent in there. But it sounds, there's another accent that I'm hearing in that. I love how he raised his tap. I mean, it's like, I mean, it's interesting for him to rate the tap water, but I mean, like just imagine if people were like, "Hey, I have a restaurant and it's got rainwater." It's like, what? I have a system that captures the rainwater and, you know, filters it thoroughly. So, but yeah. Okay, tap water. I'm going to review tap water. Speaking of tap water, there's this one that I just saw, and like, here's the thing, like, I don't know about you guys, but I can taste the difference in regards to water. Like, I can taste the flavors, I can taste the minerals, I can taste what I actually have a preference of, like, tasting certain waters. Like Dasani tastes like a little bit better than, you know, Ice Mountain, but I mean, they're all still in a way, you know, basic waters. If you take like Evian water or Fiji water, I can actually taste the difference in those. pH level neutral waters, I can also taste that, but they say like having high mineral counts inside water is actually healthier for you. So there's this one that I think, let me see, it's air filtered water. I just read an article about it recently, and the guy was trying to find a way to create water to help I think his parents' farm. Air water, no, not air water purifier. Air filtered water. I don't know. No, not purifier. Is it purifier? I don't. What am I looking for? I forgot what it was called, and I forgot how you would categorize it. But essentially, it condensates the water through an air purifier, and it takes that water and it drops it in, and it's probably one of the cleanest waters that they have. And they took that test with tap water and then like the air filtered, like they take the humidity and they condense it and then they purify the water, and they say that is actually healthier than, you know, filtering water through like a Brita filter. So I was like, oh, this is pretty good. I like a restaurant even more because it serves reverse osmosis water. Have you had RO? I have not had RO water. How's that, man? I got a restaurant and we use recycles storm drink water. It's like, you might as well be like, this is a post-apocalyptic themed restaurant and I have recycled storm drain water. That's exactly what it sounds like. Where is this damn water filter? Let's see here. Humidity water filter. I can't find it for the life of me. I don't even have right pictures popping up here. I seriously thought about getting it because of how high quality the water is, but Yeah, it's not popping up for me anywhere. Weird. Okay. Anyways, he will say this tap water bad. If you come here and get a pop or something instead. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I've been to restaurants where it's like, I don't know if they thoroughly clean the glasses, but when I drink it, it tastes like somebody added soap to it. That's just me. I can taste it. I can notice the differences in water flavor. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. Or like in Back to the Future 3, he asks for water in his brown. I remember that episode. I remember that part in the movie. Not episode, but movie. It's like, can I have water? Oh, that's well, yeah, it's water. It's like, well, that's not filtered water. And I'll admit, like, being able to drink very clean water in the United States, we're pretty privileged. I mean, seeing other countries and hearing about like the water over there, it's like, wow, you know. So I'm not complaining about the water that we have, but if there are ways that you can get pure, clean water and it tastes really good, I mean, I'm all for that. There's nothing wrong with that. My town's tap water is the best in the province, and yeah, I would rather drink our town's tap water than other places. I also have the past use the Brita and also Zero water filter jugs. The Zero was so good, I could have drank the jug. Really? Huh. Hey, how do you filter your water? Oh, I got a filter. What kind of filter? Oh, it's my dog. His name is Filter. Her drinks dirty water and then pees in it and I drink it. Sounds yummy. The thing that gets to me the most is like animals that just drink and then they feel good. It's like they don't drink enough. Like my pet hamster or my kids' pet hamsters. Like, I want it to drink more water so its pee doesn't smell so strong. But like, how do you force it to drink water? You can't. Oh, man. You know, I never looked at the achievements in Resident Evil Village, but apparently I've gotten a lot of ones that are low percentage completions. I feel proud about that a bit. I haven't gotten a full achievements, but yeah. Filtered clean water is essential to making coffee and tea. And the thing is too is like when you move, you think that you're gonna get the same quality of things. Even in the US, like in my hometown, the water there was really good. Once I moved to like the Metro Detroit area, it was okay. Once I moved to this area here, it still was like, man, it wasn't like the greatest. But I had noticed, and like my doctors always said that I don't think it was the water. But when I moved into this area and we were like, I would shower, I started getting this rash across my chest. And I'm telling them, I'm like, yeah, it just came out of nowhere. I started showering and then like, you know, we just moved into the area and they're like, I don't think it's the water. I'm like, you sure about that? Like, I was fine before. You know, like they're like, is this, could it be something else? No, it's not. Hamster be deep throwing that water dripper. I got a new one for it because it broke earlier. Oh yeah, they do that. Are you talking about my hamster or the pets, Maida? You guys missed it. I had this whole conversation about this water bottle. Rue was the only one here listening to me when I talked about it, but this one, if you guys want to hear, you guys can go back and watch the VOD. It's like the first 20 minutes. I kind of go through this, but this design sucks. If you guys are at Costco and you guys see this brand Zulu and you see this with a cap on top that pops open, and there's a straw, don't get this. This thing sucks. And not like you know, straw sucking suck. Like cleaning it sucks. So if you guys want me to talk more about it, I can, but if you guys want to go back and watch the VOD, you guys can get more information on that, but I don't buy that one. I'm actually a little miffed that's the way they designed it. I should play about 5+ hours of Need for Speed Payback up to the 6th stage of the main story now, and starting to get the high-end Lambos and such to use. Ooh, the thing is, like, it's such a grind for some of those games. Oh God, Mina, don't tell me, man. Don't tell me about that. Because I thought it was good, but it's not. Let me just go. Since you had brought it up, Zulu doesn't look like it's used by African tribes people. Oh my God, Terry. All right, so I popped this off. This is the handle. It's hollow. This is the design, and imagine, like, you know, you use Fusion 360 design 3D objects. This is basically what it is. It's a 3D design object that they just hollowed it out very thinly, very lightweight, nice. You can press it in. Made in China, obviously. Where is this actually? Patent pending. Don't freaking create a patent for this because it's dumb. ZuluAthletic.com. 64 fluid ounces, gives you some time here, so by 9/11, whatever, you guys have probably seen this. But keep in mind right here, you see this part? This is the part that the handle clips in. This part is hollow. It's not filled up with plastic, and if you look at this lip right here that kind of keeps it intact, this is all hollow inside. That part, you can fill it up with water. The same with this. How do you clean this shit if it's dirty? How do you get in there? Like, you're supposed to cut it off and then, like, you know, glue it back together? There's no way, unless you have a brush that can clean this, there's no way to get inside and clean this thing. That is disgusting. And Zulu should really fix this. They should either, like, cut this off and make this more solid, so then you can't get crap. I'll tell you. Yeah, not good at all. Let me just. I put either Powerade or some mixed drink in here, and I accidentally left it out, and it molded inside. I try to clean this as best as I can. There's still a piece of mold, like a little speck of mold here, and I can't get it out. So I'm throwing this away. I already threw the cap away, but then over the weekend I was like, you know, let me show you guys what this thing is, and don't buy this. This is cheaply made. It's horrible design. I mean, look at this. My finger can go in there. That shouldn't be there. That should not be there. So there's my public service announcement for you guys tonight. I mean, I'm not pissed that it's like that. I'm just like, what? Really? This is how you guys designed this? This is horrible. I could have done a better job. I have a Zulu bottle, but it's insulated, no straw either. Oh, okay. I mean, I've seen some other Zulu ones, and they're nice, but if you get this version, just be aware that this is just hollow plastic. And this one's not a good design. I don't like this one. We have a purple one too, and my wife hasn't used that one yet, so I mean, we're safe for now. But like, if you do something or you add something to this and you don't clean it well, you're screwed. And I mean, like I didn't read the cardboard like box it came in with, but I don't remember it saying, you know, don't, you know, use with only water. That's awesome. You just strictly used it for water consumption, but mixing something in it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if you just do strictly water, that's okay. But even at that point, like, if you're not thoroughly cleaning this, you could potentially get it contaminated. Like my daughter, and this is on her, one of my daughters, she had a water bottle that she brought to school. Easy to clean. She never like gave it to us to wash, and it was bad. It was really bad. We're like, yeah, just throw it away. And the thing is, the cap too, the cap for this guy, it's weird. So there's the part that covers in it. This is actually hollow too. Like this lip here with the twisting on there, that is also hollow. So you need to clean in here as well I mean, like, if you don't have anything to clean it very well, then you're kind of screwed. But my daughter, she had one like this, but it was like, oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to the cap here. The cap here, it has the lid here, but in the outer side of like the cap, there's like a thin line of plastic, and then it's hollow on the outside. And it's really hard to get in and clean that. So I don't know how you clean that part too. Maybe they just like throw it in the dishwasher. It's fine. No, not always. I wouldn't say it is. Man, I've been talking a lot. I wanted to cover the whole Microsoft laying off staff. And I'm really disappointed to see that in the game industry. There are a few people that I don't personally know, but one was a community manager for a game company in the area, and he got let go. He got laid off. I was just like, that totally sucks. And the thing is, like, a lot of the people that I saw on social media talking about being let go were like community managers. You only put water in yours? That's good. I guess I should only put water in mine. I guess that was my fault. But going back to the whole thing, I saw a lot of community managers being let go, and it makes me wonder, it's like, are they taking a different approach to this, using like potentially AI to interact with like the community? I'm at a loss as to why they did that. You know, it's like you see community manager, I lost my job, and it's like, what the hell is going on here? Granted, like, I see and understand that like there might be artists that were let go, there might be, you know, programmers that were let go, writers, you know, those people were likely let go too. I just, the ones that I looked and I saw that popped up, I saw community manager mostly. But it's like, is AI kind of taking over this whole thing where it's like they're now using that as their solution? And what I have to say for that is, and this is actually a conversation that I had with the person that was training me today for work. It's like, I think AI is a scary thing if you're using it as the primary like solution. To use it as like in what he said, to use it as a co-pilot, as an assistant for things that you're doing, I think that's great. But to solely rely on AI to do the things for you, that's a different story. Yeah, streamer I follow was a CM at Bethesda and lost her job with the layoffs. Yes! Are you talking about I lost her name. Ugh. Anyways. Yeah, so yes, Devin. I follow her on Twitter. And it's like, are you serious? Like, somebody that does a great job at it, and then to have Microsoft acquire Blizzard and then say, oh, we're gonna let you guys all go. It's like, what the hell? You know? You've met her in real life? I'm jealous. I've seen people in real life, but I haven't met them. Like who's the guy that that's the president of Gearbox? Oh my god, I forgot his name, but I actually bumped into him at E3 and he had said hi to me. I was like, oh hey. I kind years ago. She's tiny. Well, aren't you a tall guy yourself? Aren't you like 6 feet, Maida? I could be wrong there. I'm supposed to be playing games tonight. Yeah, I'm talking. See, everybody's tiny for you. What are you talking about? No, but like if she's like 5'2", like my wife, then yeah, no, totally. It's funny when my wife is always like, "You're a big guy." I'm like, "Well, you're just small." She's like, "Oh my god, is she really?" Yeah, it's funny because my wife, like, she'll hold my hands and she's like, "You have big hands." I'm like, "You're just tiny." Like my hand fits like over her face. I can't imagine what it would be like if there was like a taller person, you know, a bigger person. I mean, like they put their hand on her face. It's like, oh look, it's a basketball. Oh man. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out. At least it's not coming out on PC because I'm not going to be buying it on the PlayStation since I only have a PS4. So that means I have enough time to finish Remake on PC then, right? I just have to actually force myself to play the game. I'm always trying to find a different game to play and just enjoy playing games because everybody else around here who has kids and works, there's not enough time in the day to play games. So it sucks for her because I remember when she got the job there, it was her dream job. Oh man, there was a lot of people saying that too. Like Eobi, he's the community, I think he was co-community manager. I don't remember exactly. I know he was like community manager in training and then he became the community manager, but he got let go. It was like, what? Really? Like, what are they going to do in those situations? Like, what's replacing that? Tell me. Is it going to be somebody taking over in multiple positions, or one position of a community manager like taking over multiple like dev studios and then like focusing on like, oh, like, hey, you know? But I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It's just like how the article was talking about how Larian Studios Baldur's Gate 3, it doesn't have microtransactions, but they made millions of dollars off of it. It just goes to show you how successful a game can be without having to have microtransactions. Granted, microtransactions will help maintain server stability, keeping it up because of the costs. I get that, but does every game have to have microtransactions? I don't think so. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I try to keep up with a lot of like the game industry like chatter, but I don't have many people to talk to about it, and sometimes I feel like I'm out of touch when it comes to certain conversations about that. But I've been paying attention to like the layoffs. It's just devastating and so sad to see like an industry that I love ever since I was a kid kind of struggling and laying off so many people. It's like, what's going on here? Is this pandemic related, you know, or is this like AI related? What's the direction that the industry is going to? So many want to make games a live service. Yeah, not every game needs to be a live service game. No, not at all. Like, you don't need to make the game live, and you don't have to make it multiplayer or whatever the case may be. Just make a game. It's like it's I saw another article pop up on my feed, and I didn't read it, but it was saying like, if you're giving me early access, then make sure that the servers work. That was basically the title of the freaking article. And it makes sense. If I'm going to pay $10 more for early access or whatever the case might be on the cost of it, that should give me access with no problems, and I shouldn't have to deal with like servers being down. Yo, so how's it going? I'm looking, by the way. No problem, man. Thank you for doing that. Happy Tuesday. How was your weekend? If you want to just quickly answer. But that, I mean, I feel like that's the case. It's like, why do that? Why force your game to be a live service and then you have to pay and support it, and then you're like expecting your players to continue purchasing things for it? Like the new Suicide Squad game, lots of up and down talk about that game. Yeah, I've seen footage. It looks good, but it's like, is that a live service game? Like, how can that be a live service game? Whatever happened to like single player or co-op games where you might have a server that you can have people join together and play? Or, I mean, you know, some of these games are co-op too, and it's like there's no server required for it. At least I don't think so. I mean, potentially maybe a way of connecting the two together. But I mean, if you're doing, yeah, there's probably a server. But nonetheless, if you're doing that, a simple server for co-op play or just like local multiplayer, perfectly fine. It was a good weekend. I worked all weekend so I could have the upcoming weekend for my daughter's birthday. Oh, well, happy birthday to her soon. Early birthday. Wishing for her, but cool. I'll say it again on Thursday. Like, also wanting to add a battle pass. What? Yeah, exactly. Like, why do I need a battle pass? Why do I need a battle pass to, like, I can kind of see it with like mobile games, because some mobile games you just don't make money off of. It's a free download and then you kind of like give them these options. I can see that with some mobile games, but if I'm buying a $70 game and then I have to buy a season pass like Call of Duty, what the hell? I have now spent like over $300 for one game. No, thank you. She'll be 16. Did she already get her license too? Like going back on that, the whole battle pass, I can kind of see it for certain games, but is it really necessary? Is that the mentality that we're moving towards with like games? Is that what the game industry is all going to be about? Microtransactions and battle passes. That's all I hear all the freaking time, and I don't want to invest in that. Like, I remember like just playing the latest Call of Duty. I'm not even playing, I don't even have Modern Warfare 3, but like even to do just the Battle Royale and Season Pass, you have to pay for the freaking Season Pass to get anything off of it. What the hell? What happened to like getting free shit? No, you gotta pay for everything. Not yet, we have to do that soon. Oh, good luck with that. I'm not saying like good luck, like you're screwed, but good luck. Is she excited? Like, is she nervous? Like, what's her mentality on like driving and getting a driver's license? Is she kind of like us when we're at the time, like, cool, I got keys, I got a car, I am free? Or is it like, whatever, it's driving? I don't know what the mentality is now with like kids nowadays with driving. Is it still the whole being free and whatnot? I keep telling my younger kids, like, hey, be nice to your sister, because you know when she has a car and she has her license, you're gonna be asking her to take you places, and guess what? If you're treating her like crap, she's gonna say no, because that's her option. She chooses to say no, but she loves you girls so much that, you know, she's going to let you, she's going to take you places. But remember, don't piss her off. She's kind of scared to get behind the wheel. Oh, is she really? Have you had any training with her yet? Like kind of just showing her? I've talked to my daughter, and I'm like, hey, there are some things that I want to show you, like driving. And I kind of talked to her a little bit about it. I think just literally driving in a parking lot, you know, open parking lot, say, hey, this is how you do it. Look at my feet, you know, just gently lift, and like, don't even step on the gas. Just let the car go, you know, keep your foot on the brake, something like that. My friend's son was slow to get his when he got to the age. Really? How long ago was this? Gamer Spice. Oh. United, stay Rating with a party of 6. Yo, what's up? Welcome. You guys. I'm supposed to be playing games, but Mama Spice, hello, Risa. Hi. Hey, everybody. Long time no see. I know. How have you been? How's life? How's are you playing Pal World with Flitter? It's been a while. It's been a hot minute, but thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I apologize. I'm just sitting here talking with my small community, and we're just hanging out talking about, you know, video games and how the industry is so messed up with the layoffs recently. Cliff Jumper, evening. I've not played with her because of cross-platform. Boo. Oh yeah, I heard you guys. I remember the conversation in her Discord about that. So it's not even crossplay. That's unfortunate. Bummer. A few years ago now. Okay, Maida. So I'm like, I asked my daughter the same question. Like, are you even looking forward to being able to drive? Is that something that you're being excited about? And she's like, meh. So eventually though, yeah, that's good. I might get the game. We'll see. I like the idea of what it is, and Tedium has told me a bit about it, as you've seen in the Discord chat, but I don't know if it's gonna pull me in. But at the same time, it's not $70, so I'm okay with that. I'm happy with that. The $70 price tag on games nowadays, I'm like, will that go on sale? I hope it goes on sale. So I'm not cheap. I'm just a parent. It's on Game Pass. Oh yeah, you know, you can do it on Game Pass. I just don't. The whole paying for a service like Game Pass, I am okay to an extent. I still feel like I should have ownership of the game. But you know, it makes sense. You know, if you can't pay for the full game, pay $10, $12, however much it is, and then you have that game and then a whole bunch of other ones you could. So definitely facts. Yeah, I'm an old school gamer. I mean, like, I feel this is how I feel, especially with like Steam. I'm buying all these games digitally and I own them. Cool. The day that Steam decides to just take a dump and says sorry, what happens to your games? Are you screwed? Is there nothing left? Are you done for? Like, my library of 800 games is now not there. I don't know. That's the same thing with, I forgot what it was. There was a movie service that did that. You know, and we have Vudu. There was Movies Anywhere. There was another one. I think it was Ultraviolet. Wasn't that the one? And basically they're like, okay, we're not doing digital anymore, but if you want to, you have X amount of days until you lose out on your movies to redeem them somewhere else, you know? And if nobody's paying attention to the emails, what happens then? You know, it's stuff like that that like makes me wonder. It's like, I got something digital. How can I say that I still own it if the records are all torched? You know, somebody hacks into, you know, Steam and destroys all the data that they have. It's like, where did all my games go? How can I validate that I purchased this? Oh, I have my receipts and my emails. I don't know. This is me kind of thinking outside of the box, but it's on me. He said he was in no rush because yeah, Vegas. And you could see how crazy it was just riding with that. Yeah, no, I get it. I remember when I think I was either 16 or 17, and my dad decided, hey, we're going to go down to Chicago and we're going to take my blue Chevy Silverado. And sure enough, he goes to Argyle Street, which I call Vietnamese Town. And he's like, I gotta go get something. You jump in the car and you drive around. I'm like, wait, what? You want me to take this big ass truck and drive through the dinky ass Chicago streets that are double-sided parking, and it looks like only one car fits? And I was terrified. I wasn't necessarily terrified, but I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Because if I go down the street and there's another car coming, what the hell are we going to do? We're just going to stare at each other and just go, okay, you know what? Let's make the first move. I'm not a monster truck. I'm not going to be running shit over. But seriously, you want me to take your Silverado and drive around? You're like, you trust me that much? I don't think so. I played a lot of games, though. They were small and really good games that I otherwise would never have played. You know, that does make sense. I mean, it gives you the opportunity to play small, like, indie games that you never think. I'd like, why would I spend $9 on this? Why would I spend $5 on it? But it's there. It gives you the opportunity to, and then who knows, you might like it. I get that part. I understand it. It gives you more content for what you're paying for, especially if you're like, well, why spend $30 on one game when I can spend $10 a month and have access to X amount of games? It makes sense. I think the price tag is where it starts to get a little bit tricky. I think Ubisoft's one, if somebody had said it on my last stream, it was like $15 a month or something like that. And it's just Ubisoft games. It's not even like Game Pass where you have just a variety. You know, it's all Ubisoft. So I'm like, okay, well, am I that much of a hardcore Ubisoft fan that I would pay $70, $17 for 14, whatever cost it is, just to play those games? Maybe not. LOL, yes. He did get there. Okay, that's good. Just drive through each other. Yeah, right? It's like, bitch, we're playing chicken. Congratulations. You found the wrong road to drive down. I took my driving test back there then in January, and it was snow on the ground. You got to play enough different games long enough to make it worth it. Yeah, definitely. And here's the thing too. It's like, this is why I couldn't validate buying like a monthly subscription to MMOs. Like, I would love to play Final Fantasy 14. I would love to go back and play some World of Warcraft. But if I'm paying $14, $15 a month, I need my money's worth. And I don't get that amount of time. I have 4 kids. I am now working again. Where am I going to find time to like play 10 hours worth of gaming in a week, at least, just to get my money's worth? I can't do it. I can't. Final Fantasy 14. I know. Like, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I was paying that sub for years, but I put a lot of hours in. And that's the thing. Like, you put your hours in, you got your money's worth. If you were paying like 10 cents an hour or whatever, because you're playing so much of it, I mean, like that's like a gold mine right there. I wouldn't blame you for it. I've seen so many people playing the game, and I'm like, I hate you guys. Like I was like, I wish I could play it, but then like every time I would play an MMO, for example, World of Warcraft, I never did any raids. And granted, like that was me actually in my college years too. It was just like I didn't have the time to sit there for 6 hours and just enjoy it. Like I was dating at the time. I had other stuff to do, and it's like now I'm a dad, 4 daughters. You know, it's like, yep. What am I balancing? Games or family? You know, I think I'm gonna lose one or the other if I don't. You know, you can't have an easy balance there. That's for sure. Makes you feel like you need to get on all the time to be worth. Yeah, exactly. And I can't force myself to do that. I'm not gonna do that to my family. Every couple of months, I tell my husband I think I'm gonna resub, and then I never do because I feel like I don't feel I have the time at. Yeah, I gotta have the hours. Exactly. No, I totally get it. And didn't you just recently? Correct me if I'm wrong, and I apologize if I am wrong. But didn't you just have a child like last year or the year before? I stopped MMOs years ago. Like if it's free, like maybe Guild Wars, then sure. She's 2. Oh my god, it's been 2 years now? Oh, that's crazy. Wow. Time flies. I mean, here I am like a dad saying that. God, I feel old. Oh man. Like my daughter, she turned 14 in December. She's gonna be 15, you know, at the end of the year, and I'm like, oh my god, I have a 14-year-old daughter. Like, holy crap. We have 4 kids. What? Oh my. Well, yeah, cool. We're in the same boat. I just have older kids. I was subbed to Star Wars: The Old Republic for 8 years. Oh my god, I wanted to play that game too. I did play it, and then I stopped, and it became free to play. His oldest is 13. Oh, great. That's fun. That's fun. I remember Warhammer, the online version. I bought, when it first came out, I think I bought like 6 months worth, like out of the box, like right there and then. Maybe it was in 1 year. I only played it for like 3 months. You know, it's crazy. I'm just saying this. It's almost 11 o'clock on my end, and I haven't played a game yet. The thing is, I just enjoy having conversations with you guys. Like, if I could just sit here and talk, then I'm fine with that. Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm like, I don't have time to play games, but here's my tricky situation. And you guys have been there for those of you that are limited on time. It's like, I want to play a game, but I look at my library, and I go, I don't want to play any of these. I want to actually put my time into something that I want to play, but then I can't even decide which one to play. Like, I'm staring at all these racing games. I'm staring at Devil May Cry 5. I'm staring at, here, let me just show you guys. I'm looking at all these freaking games, and I'm like, what do I want to play? And at the same time, it's like, am I entertaining enough in these games? I don't know. I think talking is just okay. If you guys want me to play games, just yell at me. Sunuchi, start something up, you bastard. We gotta finish painting our Warhammer models. See? Even that. It's like my half-painted Marine is sitting over there staring at me, and he's like, when are you gonna finish me? Come on. It's been 2 months. This isn't grass you added on, it's the dust that's been collecting. Yeah, I know those days. Ugh. The closet full of clothes and nothing to wear. Exactly, right? You're like, what do I want to wear today? It's like, nope. It's like, for me, it's like t-shirt number 1, t-shirt number 2. No. How about t-shirt number, oh, wait, sleeveless shirt number 4. Yeah, I like that one. Keep talking, you bet. Oh, hi there. Yo, Kara, how's it going, man? Happy Tuesday. You know, that's what we should just do. We just chatting. It's always just chatting. We're just sitting here talking about shit. Current events in the game industry, tech stuff, my job that I just started. Yeah, some mornings when I plan to play something and the next thing I know I spend 2 hours on YouTube instead. You're just right. It's like there is so much content and so much stuff that you could be doing that you're like, wow, what should I do today? And I actually was in that boat over the weekend. Like my wife was it was either over the weekend or it was last week. My wife, she works from home. This was prior to me starting, which I just started this week. But I was like sitting there and I'm like, I want to play a game. I'm sitting there going, you know, games are productive in the game themselves, which is perfectly fine. I'm not saying that like gamers are wasting their time, because fuck, I'm a gamer. But I was like, I should invest my time into something else. And so if you guys haven't seen the movie called No Hard Feelings, it's got Jennifer Lawrence in it. And I forgot the guy's name in it, but there's a scene in the movie where he plays the piano. And he plays a piano version of Man Eater. And not Nelly Furtado's Man Eater, but the original Man Eater song. You know? And I was like, this song is so beautiful that I want to learn how to play it. So I YouTubed it, and I found, keep in mind, like I've played the piano, but I don't play often, and I don't remember or know chords a lot. But, you know, learning the basics of, like, you know, chords being played every fourth or fifth, you know, set. You know, there's always 4 chords that are being played. I went through and I'm like looking at that. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm kind of understanding this. It's a little bit harder, but I'm like, I got like maybe the first, like, if we're going by minutes, I think it's like maybe 3.5, 4 minutes long. I think I got like the first maybe minute and a half, 2 minutes of it. And it repeats itself over and over. I just have to remember which notes I'm playing. The problem is like I haven't really focused on what chords. And if I knew the chord name, and I'd be like, oh, okay, this is like E minor. This is what I would play. Then I could do that. I can remind myself doing that. But I'm just looking at a YouTube video of just like the person playing the piano. And so I've gotten the hang of playing it. And I went, you know what? I spent a really good amount of time doing this. I could have been playing video games, but I'm playing something that, you know, might benefit me later on. Who knows? Yeah, something mornings when I play something, next thing you know, yep, I reread that. You got a new job also? Yeah, thank you for the follow there, Wolf Nation Gaming. Hi there, I'm new. You are first time chat. Welcome. Happy Tuesday. Is it still Tuesday? Happy Tuesday to you. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock. Happy Tuesday. How was your weekend? Actually, Gamer Spice, how was your weekend? Everybody from the raid, how was your weekend? Let me know in chat. We talk about the weekend. We talk about what you're planning on doing the week, what's going on. We just hang out and we just talk. What I really enjoy doing the most at night is talking to people that are overseas in Europe. That's fun. Is there really a difference? It was the weekend. It is a good movie. I like it. So when you're saying, I'm sorry, I kind of like went through a lot of things here. So Gamer, can you refresh my memory? I used to have this thing about what are we talking about? I think it's actually a point redemption here. But what are you saying in reference to a difference? Sunichi, can I send a funny YouTube short by any chance? You can send it directly to me, and then I'll consider it if it's funny or not. And then, you know, is it worthy of being posted and shared through the stream? You said playing games and not being productive, if you will. Oh, right. So I mean, there really isn't. I mean, if you think about it, you know, you're being productive in one thing versus another thing. If you're being productive in a video game, you're progressing. That's production. It's just in a video game. It's not maybe a talent or a skill set. But who says that playing video games isn't a skill set? I mean, I play Call of Duty and I believe I'm pretty good for my age, and I have a skill set of playing that game. You have esports players who are really great at those games. That's a skill set. So production, it's all depending on what you're using it towards. If it's a goal that you want to do with video gaming, have at it. I'm not going to say that you're, you know, oh, you're wasting your time playing video games. Now, are you wasting your time watching somebody play video games? I wouldn't say you are. I wouldn't say that you aren't. But if you have the chance to play that game, then why not? Spend the same amount of time on the piano thing, right? I think piano playing is just valued more by society. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like, okay, you know what? You're doing a physical skill set. I see you improving on something. Good job. But if you're playing a video game, you're like, well, you're just progressing from point A to point B. Excuse me. You drive from point A to point B. Is there a big difference? Does that mean you're a good driver or not a good driver? All those things like that, you know? So production in general, I think, is a good thing. It all depends on what you're putting it towards. And every person has their own, you know, their own decision and their own likeness of what they want to progress in and how productive they are. I think that's the neat thing about humans, is that you it's a neat thing, and also it's a scary thing, because everybody has a mind of their own. The things that they think of what is considered good and bad, and what's progressive and what isn't productive, you know. I mean, it's neat to see that games has been recognized as a common general thing nowadays. It wasn't back in the 90s. I mean, seeing all those news about video games rots your brains and all this stuff. I just read an article recently, and I don't want to like scare anybody on this, but a recent article talking about how user generated content, UGC, in video games is actually a bad thing mentally for young children, because there's so much bullying going on. There's so much stuff that's happening online that are affecting children, that their mentality is just, it's bad. Depression, anxiety, it's all there in today's world of technology and video gaming. Something should be done about that to help regulate those things. It's like this: you go on social media, you can put up a username and nobody knows who the hell you are. You can say whatever the hell you want to and affect as many people as you want to and have no repercussions. Like, what the hell? If I saw you in person and you said something to me, oh boy, be ready for a punch in the face. Do you have a punchable face? Maybe. And then what's gonna happen, you know? Sent it through Whisper. Okay, sounds good. Let me take a look here. Hang tight. Boop. It's historically like rich people shit. I like that. Fenris, I have been a gamer since Virtual Boy came out. LOL, when I don't know what I want to play, I put on Vamp Survivors, Halls of Torment, or Death May Die. Too old to care about FPS anymore. I see, here's the thing about me and FPS. It's like, as much as I want to stray away from it, I just went back to playing Call of Duty a few weeks ago. And I have to admit, for a guy who hasn't played it for a while, I did pretty decent. And, you know, I'm usually in the top 3 or 4 of the 6 players, top 3 usually, for just ranking on deaths, kills, and I usually play the objective too, so keep that in mind. As I'm playing first person shooters, I play the objective. I'm not there for kills. I'll get kills, but damn, you know it, that when I'm picking up those those freaking dog tags and kill confirmed in Call of Duty, I will have probably a high number of counts there. I want to win the game. I don't just want to get all those kills. So sadly, so many still think video games is still a kids thing when most of the games are for adults. And if you look at it, the games that are actually the gamers that are out there, they say, I'm
looking for a week.
Hey, Ty, I'm just gonna mute this really quick over here. You can like it. Oh no, do I have to go all over again? Oh no, what? I accidentally shift scrolled, but all right. If you guys want to watch it, I'll post it here. Thank you for sharing that. It's actually pretty hilarious. I'm not gonna put it on here. I don't want to have that popping up in my stream. But hey, thank you for sharing that. Let me go back here. Most games are for adults because way back those kids grew up to make games. I must away to sleep. Have a good stream. All right, thank you for that, Gamer Spice. Take it easy. Appreciate that raid. Oh my goodness. Interruption sub. Thank you for that sub. I appreciate it. Guys, if you want to give Gamer Spice, give her a follow. A great person. Personal friend of a friend of mine. So there you go. Thank you for the raid again. Have a good night. Enjoy your week if I don't see you again, and enjoy your weekend. So Zakin, how's it going? Happy Tuesday. All right. So going back to the conversation. So the article that I was reading about that, with just the whole generalization of children and user-generated content, a lot of the gamers today are in their 40s. The age of gamers is getting older to the point where we're gonna be grandparents or parents that game. Like, it's funny to hear my daughter talking to her friends and they're like, "Oh, your dad games? He's got a Twitch account? Like, what's his name?" It's like, I don't know if your friend should be watching me streaming late at night because that's the only time I stream. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But here's the thing too. It was something that I was working at in 2023, and it obviously it didn't work out, unfortunately. For those of you in the community, you guys know. For those of you that are new here, for those of you that just jumped in from Gamer Spice's raid, I took a year off to focus on my content. And unfortunately, my wife had a back accident and she needed emergency spinal fusion. So I focused a lot of my time on her and my kids. So a lot of my stuff that I wanted to do was put on the back burner, and has been, and unfortunately I have to go back to work. I started work this week, but I wanted to focus on actually creating something where this whole bullying thing, this whole user generated content, my goal was to try to focus on getting something to work where streamers and young gamers could collaborate together or work together in regards to just mental health. Where, for instance, I'm not going to be naming off big streamers, but you know, a medium-sized big time streamer could devote time to working with children, with kids, teenagers, whoever who just has you know, mental health issues. And it's not because of like, oh well, you know, this kid is bad or whatever. It's just the bullying that I see all the time, the shit talking that I see in video games. It affects people. Granted, it's like, yeah, I understand when you're playing certain games, you're obviously gonna trash talk or just, you know, I've seen it in sports, you see it in any kind of competitive sport event, whatever. But to have that being done all the time and to see how wild it gets in video games, especially online, I mean, as if bullying in person wasn't enough, there's cyberbullying, and then now there's bullying inside video games all the damn time. It's like, holy crap, people, seriously. Like, it's that joke about, like, you know, if your mom heard you talking, she'd like throw soap in your mouth and wash it. I mean, seriously, I would love to shove soap down some of these people's throats because of the way they are, the way they treat people, the way they, like, for God's sake and for fuck's sake, you're a human being. Treat yourself and others like a fucking human being, for crying out loud. Jesus, why do I have to say this shit? Like, I'm like just getting irked about it just because of all that. But that aside, that was my whole goal, was try to get something going where we can get valid, legitimate content creators working with young children, helping them, you know, just overcome the struggles of what children are dealing with now. Like, even my kids, they have anxiety, you know, the things that they're going through. It's like, okay, like, as if that's not enough, you got school to deal with, you got bullying at school, you got friendship issues, because, you know, when you're at school, are you making friends? It's not the same as it was back then. It's totally different. Oh, gross, games are for old people. Gen Alpha probably. Yeah, that sucks. I'm contemplating back fusion as well, right? Are you really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything works out for you. Yeah, the toxic kids and people. It's a toxic kids, toxic adults. It's like, I understand that video games was a thing, and like that was kind of the content that was being That was the content that was there even my college years. I would hear college students in dorms like trash talking each other. And the thing is, like, once you hear, it's like clockwork. If you hear somebody that sounds like something that you think is like of a different ethnic background, the immediate response is like, let's shit on that. It's like, what makes you think that you have every right to shit on a person? You know, that's the thing. It's the lack of respect that's happening in the humankind that it's just, sometimes I'm like, man, should I have had kids and bring them up in this world? But yo, Zap, how's it going, man? Happy Tuesday. Wednesday for some of you, Tuesday still for me. Now it's just kids can be mean. It's kids are straight savage. Oh, definitely. It's like, what the hell? And sometimes it's like, you know what? I'm gonna do this for content creation. It's like, wow, this is the world that we live in now. Like, this is what we have to deal with. Is like, I'm going to create content. It's kind of like that guy in Kick who lives in Japan, and he's just like, the way he treats the Japanese people over there. It's like, what is it? He's like, he says Hiroshima, he says Nagasaki, he says atomic bomb. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Are you serious? Yo, D2 Richie, happy Tuesday. Huh, well, I missed some things apparently. Oh, just conversation, just a lot of talk of things. We haven't played any games at all because I've just been having conversations. Yeah, I've seen it on like Dexerto, I've seen it on social media posts. The dude goes around and just says it to Japanese people. And I've seen parts, and I don't know if it still happens, but like the last time I remember hearing it, some Japanese citizens had enough and actually threatened him and have assaulted him on his live streams. And the dude gets scared about it, but then he still goes and does this shit. It's like, you know, it serves you right. If you're gonna treat people like assholes, you deserve to be treated like an asshole. Oh, was he sentenced? Hey, sorry, no time, but congratulations on the employment. Thank you, Dice. How you doing? Hi from the United States to Germany. Good morning to you, man. Like I said, I appreciate you always jumping in here, even when I'm streaming. Like, it's so late. You got to get ready for work. Don't worry, I'm not working too. So, but hey, thank you. Awesome. It's great seeing you, man. Enjoy your day, though. But yeah, so there's stuff like that, and yeah, trying to figure out what that flag on your shirt represents. It is a company that sells THC. I've worn it before, but I don't talk often about it. It's not, yeah. When we're gonna play some Star Citizen, it's like StarCraft. No, Star Citizen. Not to change the subject. No. You know, it's a good question. I've sat, like, here's the thing though. Like, I've sat here and I just said this right before you jumped in. Like, I'm like looking at my games and my list. I'm like, what do I want to play? But here I am talking to you guys, which I love doing. Don't get me wrong. But I'm like, I should be playing a game. And like, I tell myself I should be spending time playing games because I have games and I should be making the most of my time to play games. But when I'm here talking to you guys and girls and streamers, he's, hers, and he, her, them, they, all of you, sitting here and talking to you, it's entertaining. I enjoy it. I have nothing wrong with it. THC is not green. Let me 3chi.com. I know, like, I think that's the downfall of like all of us here. It's like there's so, again, I've said this so many times and I hate repeating myself. So many games, so little time. Every game that's coming out, it's like, oh, I would love to play that. Oh, I love to play that. I'd love to play that. Wait, if I'm spending 5 hours playing Pal World, how am I gonna spend 5 hours playing Enshrouded? You know, I don't have 10 hours in a day. I don't have 10 hours in a week. For a fact. Like, I've actually had this conversation with my kids. Like, my kids, they want to play games, they want to do all this stuff, and I'm like, hey, this is one thing that I've told them, and I'm struggling with them on this, is that my wife, she had her surgery. She's not capable of walking that well because she's got loss of feeling in her left leg, and so she's working on that. At the same time, I'm supporting her, I'm supporting the kids, you know. And I asked my children, I was like, can you at least help me with the chores? I have a list for you to do, and it would be great if I didn't have to tell you all the time, or that like just not to see you two or you four arguing with each other on, well, I did this and you should be doing that, and how come my sister's not doing that and they're doing this instead. I'm like this isn't helping. First of all. And it's like, I understand that you want to play, and this is the thing that we've told them. It's like, I want to see them achieve a whole week of me not telling them anything, because it's gotten that bad. It's like, I'll give you a whole week, do your chores and all this stuff, and we'll let you play over the weekend. You have to show me that you're consistent, and they have failed to do so. And we've let them get by with things here and there, and it's like I want to play, I want to watch TV. I'm like, and I say, okay, of all the 8 things that I do, I need you to do like 2 of those, and you can't even do that. But you want to play these games, you want to watch TV, you want to be entertained. It's like, how many hours do I entertain myself by playing video games and watching TV? It's not often. The only time I do it is really late at night. This is why I'm streaming late at night, or I watch anime or movies with my wife until 1 or 2 in the morning. Like, that's the only time I have in order to do things. So I sacrifice my sleep schedule to be entertained, you know. And then you try to get that past your kids and say, hey, I understand you want to do this stuff, but I need your help. Please help me. Because if I go, like, if my back starts to hurt or if something happens to me, guess what? There's no mom or dad to help you with a few things now. It's like, and you try to run that past them, and I understand that they're kids, but it's like the struggles that I go through as a parent. Sometimes I'm like, I don't think I'm alone here, but at the same time I'm like, oh God. Oh, the last thing I knew officially is Johnny, if that's who you're referring to, was being argued on whatever he should just be sentenced for 3 to 5 years in prison or pay a fine, but had seen some info about that updated that, but never checked that to confirm. Is that his name? Let me see. Johnny Somali, is that him? I'm not trying to promote him, but yep, that's him. Oh, I bet it's rough. Granted, I don't have kids. Yeah. I mean, it's like you try to do the best you can to raise your kids right and raise them differently, especially with how I was raised, you know, being a first generation, you know, minority coming to the United States. It was really hard to adjust to the things that my parents were trying to raise me on, their behavior, their method of raising, and then living in the United States and trying to adapt to both things at the same time. It was hard, and I don't want my kids to go through that. I don't want my kids to struggle, and I don't want to treat them in ways that my parents treated me. It's like, you do the best you can. But it's like, okay, either I strangle a pill or I strangle myself, because I definitely can't be like, I'm upset at you kids and, like, you know, but yell at a pill. Put games in a vote, in my humble opinion. I may be the only Star Citizen voter, but ideally it would be cool. Family comes first, so I'm fine with just chatting stream. And you know, I get that. I get that you guys are here to hang out, and you guys definitely want to play games. Like, I always want to do community streams, right, with you guys. And we've been doing so frequently the past few times. We've been playing Lethal Company. We just played the finals on one of my day streams last week, one of my last day streams, unfortunately, and I didn't even get the day stream often. One of my goals in 2023 that failed miserably, but you know, here we are. It's a weird reference reason I remember the name. It's because it sounds rather similar to Johnny Tsunami. Yes, that Disney Channel original movie from long ago. That's a great movie, by the way. He's a surfer in Hawaii, and then he goes somewhere, and then he learns how to snowboard. Isn't that what it says? Life happens, man. It does. And you know, you just kind of move forward as much as you can. You take what you receive, and then you kind of take that and you carry it on your shoulders, and you do the best you can. So. And there was a second one too. And then the guy who played Sang Chung, is it Sang Chung in Mortal Kombat? He was the dad or the grandpa too. I saw him and I was like, what the hell, is he gonna turn into Mortal Kombat and summon everybody to fight each other to the death? That's me though. That's like everybody be like, what are you talking about? I better go to bed. Good night. All right, sounds good, Richie. Thank you for tuning in for that short amount of time, but I appreciate you. Have a good night. Enjoy your week. I'll see you Thursday if you're around, and like always, if not, enjoy your weekend. Guys, come on. Like, who would not watch Johnny Tsunami at the time? I mean, Johnny Tsunami. What was the other ones? I mean, like, if we're talking live action, you know, That's So Raven. There's another one. I forgot his name. Unfortunately, the actor passed away. What was that one called? He was like a secret agent. Oh. You remember that movie? Who doesn't? There's some movies where I'm like, I wouldn't mind watching again, but then at the same time I'm like, it's really the famous Jet Jackson. That's the one. That's the one. But like I said, I remember some movies where I'm like, hey, we should watch it, and then like again, second guess myself. I was like, maybe it's an aged movie and we shouldn't watch it. Guess what? Early last year, we watched Three Ninjas with my kids. I watched it with them and I was like, oh my god, so cringy. My kids, they actually liked it, but I watched it again. I was like, oh man, this is how acting was in the 90s. Please, let's never go back to it. No, it didn't. Not at all. Oh my god, I watched it and then they wanted to watch the second one and I was like, okay, all right, I'm not going to. I mean, like, one that aged very well is like the first Power Rangers movie. That I wouldn't mind watching again. It's actually pretty good. But that was like late 90s good, you know? Or was it early 2000s? No, it was late 90s, I think. If only we could do a reacts on old Disney Channel original movies. Yeah, and then Disney would come after me if I actually posted it on here. Some things don't age well. No, I mean, look at me. I'm kidding. So is that can have a good night? It's 12:37 here. Greetings from Colombia. Well, I think Richie. I think Richie's probably has to head to bed because it's early. And then we had Dice, who's from Germany, so it's like 8 o'clock in the morning for him, and he's got to get ready to work. You'll try Thursday? Awesome, Richie. See you then. Oh my gosh, have you seen all the stuff that happened leading up to that Power Rangers movie? Oh god, I'm trying to remember. Like, I loved watching the series. That was my jam right there. Like, Power Rangers was like, yeah, awesome. But I don't remember watching so much of the series that led up to the movie. I was still a fan, but I didn't sit there and watch it. Oh, the behind the scenes. No, I didn't see that. Hiya, Daddy Sonu. Talk to me. Yo, how's it going, Frosty Shakes? Happy Tuesday to you. Yeah, we're just sitting here talking. We've been talking for, holy cow, like two and a half hours. Nothing wrong with that. If we're just going to sit and talk, I'm okay with it. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Not much. It's my second day on the job. Help desk analyst, which is just support tech. So still trying to learn the ropes on rerouting things, but a lot of the stuff that they were telling me about, it's specific to the software that they have, but it's similar. It's things that I've done before. I remember watching and thinking about the first Power Rangers show. Yeah. It was wild. It's like... Looking back at it, like, who would have thought that Power Rangers would have gotten so popular that it's still running now with just different variations of Power Rangers? It's just crazy. If you get stuck and need some pro tips, hit me up. I'm a walking IT Google search. Are you really? Nice. I'll keep that in mind. Like all the fight scenes were from yes, I think Zap was actually referring to that. Like all the fight scenes are Japanese. It's from the Japanese show, and then who is it? I forgot his name. Oh my gosh! But the guy who purchased those rights then turned it into an American show with American actors. But then when it was fight scenes, they just kind of put that in. Not just a truckie. Hey, you know, having secret abilities and skill sets, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. Just dubbed over the fights. Yeah. There's actually a part where I think we loved Power Rangers so much that we bought my parents bought us an episode on VHS. It was either we bought it on VHS, or you know, when you had, you know, VCRs, you could record TV shows. We either did one way or the other. I remember going back and playing that, and I had muted everything and just did dub over it, and I forgot what it was, but there's an episode where Trini like takes, I think, the monster or the boss in that episode, I think he takes their head, wraps it on something, and throws it in lava. Like it was just it was like a big gap, and threw it in the lava. And I was dubbing it over with my voice, with my brothers and sister watching, and it made perfect. It fit so perfect that we couldn't stop laughing at what I had said, because it was like, oh, now you throw in the chicken or something like that. But then seeing the fact that it was actually Japanese shows that were brought over, it's like, wow, okay. I didn't realize that, but I guess I had some idea of it as a kid. Let's see, a stunt actor that would frequently break Tommy's White Ranger suit because he loved doing high kicks and splits. Several rewrites until it was effectively made in 4 months, with the actors having to run between film set and TV set. Oh wow, that's crazy. I've been inside promoted to the IT team, but I'm still backup driving. It's been uploaded to the Frosty Shakes cloud. The prosecution asked for 200,000 yen fine, around $1,400 US dollars, for his actions, and the case was concluded. Charges for allegedly trespassing on a construction site were dropped. The verdict is expected to be handed down on January 10, 2024. Couldn't find any updated info besides that. See, and what about the whole harassment part? Like, I mean, if he were to get like socked in the face, just punched right in the face, I would have been like, you know what, he deserves it. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, what's he gonna do? Try to sue the guy? Yeah, maybe. But for somebody to be that much of an asshole in real life, deserves it fully. The ending scene was barely recorded on time. That's ridiculous. I mean, it was such a popular show at the time. I mean, like, how would they not want to make a movie out of it, right? And remember when back in the day, like, movies would take so long to make? Well, actually, let me take that back. It took whatever amount of time to make. It took a lot of time to bring it to theaters, and then it was like a year later that you could buy it on VHS. Those were the good old days. Now it's like everything's straight on Netflix, like straight to Netflix. Actually, what is it? What's the remake with the... I think it's Roadhouse, isn't it? The new Roadhouse movie? It's got Jake Gyllenhaal in it, if I remember correctly. And I guess I didn't know this, but MGM was purchased by Amazon, and now Amazon's making it straight to straight to digital. Or they're streaming the movie now. It's not even hitting theaters, and the director and Jake Gyllenhaal are pissed about that. Sounds like my job. Actors were frequently starved as they were working basically 16 hours a day, sometimes including with injuries. What the heck? Yeah, Roadhouse is going to be on Prime. See the trailer. It looks good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind watching it too, but like just the disappointment from the director and director Doug Liman and Jake Gyllenhaal is that's just disappointing. Like, you know, you're all set up ready to go to put it in theaters, and they're like, nope, we're just gonna put it on Prime. Curse your handwriting for now making easier for me to dox you for not making. Are you talking about this here? No, this is me just writing things here. Don't worry, I'll show it to you. We're talking about OBS Black remote app, one Blackmagic Studio with Ethernet, and an OBS bot tab with NDI. I was watching this Instagram video of a guy who's actually setting up like this camera that can move about. I think he was using the OBS. I think he was using the Blackmagic Studio camera, but he had OBS bot, and it's connected through, I guess, NDI, and that allows him to wirelessly transmit his camera feed to OBS. And I was like, this actually looks pretty cool. I looked into it. I'm like, that's neat. If I had a workshop, I would do the same thing, but I don't. This is not a workshop. But just looking it up, I was like, this is some interesting stuff. And then I looked at my camera here, which, I mean, it tracks me, but it's not AI. It just kind of tracks based. I mean, is this AI? I don't know. But it's got tracking in it, but then it doesn't have the NDI capabilities that OBS bot does. So I was like, oh, it's kind of a bummer, but would I do that? I don't know. And then I have my fountain pen information there, so don't worry. No doxing there. Jake is too big money for just some Prime release. Yeah. That's like hiring Samuel L. Jackson and releasing the film at the Cannes Film Festival. Oh my god, just imagine that. Originally, the first movie was supposed to be based on Japanese movie version, but they realized there was too much of changing over, so they just looked at what was made and requested for all original footage. This was also why the suits were vastly different. Oh, I mean, it's kind of cool to see it change. Like, you know, why have the same kind of suit in the movie when you had the show? Like, make it different, because there's a separation. I wouldn't say there's a separation between the two, but to go from TV show to big screen, I think that would rule something out. Valid on there. And then like the new Power Rangers movie, the latest one, where was that 2009? I think that was 2007, 2017. Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah. That movie was. We're not gonna go there. Yeah, it's surprising to see Roadhouse not going to theater. It doesn't make sense, and that's one of the downfalls of like subscription services with movies and shows. Like, I would love to see a lot of these things that are put out on these service, like on Netflix and Prime and HBO and all that, but I'm not going to be paying it. This is going back to a la carte, you know, TV cable, you know, and I don't want to do that. They're supposed to have costumes for the show, but they couldn't, and since they were filming the TV show, they couldn't share the same outfit. Oh, think they would have learned from Disney. Because isn't Disney like removing half of their stuff too? Like, they're getting rid of like their movies and some of their shows. It's also why the movie is non-canon. Got it. Because it doesn't really reference anything from the show, right? It's kind of like it's just whole like, this is something that happens. But the Turbo Power Rangers movie is canon. That one was good too. Disney did the whole digital release for like $30. Oh, okay. And it failed. Yeah. But I also heard an article a while, not necessarily a while back, but like maybe 4 or 5 months ago, about Disney talking about how they're like canning some of the shows because just the amount of production that's needed to put into these to put it on the streaming service is not making up for the amount that they're making off of that streaming service. Does that make sense? They lost a lawsuit with Scarlett Johansson. Oh, really? I didn't realize that. Oh, yeah. Wasn't that the one where she was like arguing about the whole Black Widow thing? Yeah, that's the one. I remember that one. Yeah, I heard about that. I was like, oh, oops. You broke the contract and you got sued? Wait, what? That's a thing? Yeah. I'm sorry. When corporate companies like don't abide by the things that they agree to, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, you didn't agree to this. It's like, well, you know what? Justice for thee, but not for me. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I didn't really pay attention to it very close, but I did hear about it, and I was like, oh, damn. I wouldn't say it was the pandemic that screwed everything over, but it was the pandemic that screwed everything over. But who's counting? Who's taking notes? Not me. I'm not. Power Rangers movie, that was a miracle. It even completed and came out as decent as it was. Ivan Ooze was actually a pretty cool character. I didn't dig into the details, but the highlights. Gotcha. There's so much stuff going on. Seriously, let's look at some news here. Not that kind of news. Look at gaming news. Zelda. I was not a big fan of Zelda games. I mean, granted, like I didn't really play them, but it just didn't hit me like other people who played it. What? Embracer Group reportedly cancels Deus Ex video game as layoffs hit Eidos Montreal. What? They let go of 97 people from the development team? Really? That's when the Embracer Group buys everybody and then starts letting people go because what? Ivan Ooze was actually toned down. Really? Like, was this supposed to be worse? That was one of the rewrites. What was it originally then? Because most make their money when the movie is out in theaters. Yeah. I could see that. Didn't touch no Square. I seen that the other day. Mankind Divided was so trash. I guess. But I mean, like the fact that like just again having that conversation about just like developer companies just letting people go, like, is it that bad? Are you not making that much money? Did you over like estimate on things? I get it. Like I people are getting laid off left and right in various industries, but to see that happen so much, like 1,900 people from freaking Microsoft, like what? I don't know. Gamers turning to public domain to find the next big trend. Hurricane's tight-lipped about involvement in EA Sports. Drawing on video games. Educators land on unlikely idea. What? Some of these news stuff is weird. Who invented the first video game? 15 hours ago. Wow. Really? Okay. What? What? Somebody's asking about that? There's an article about it? Yep, there's that one. I'm okay with layoffs if a video game company shakes its keys at me. What? What are the... Is that a term that I don't know about? Oh, good night, man. Sorry I wasn't talking much. Was trying to finish something. Oh, man, don't worry about it. We're just hanging out. Like, I think I enjoy reading conversations and talking versus, like, playing a game. I mean, I love playing games, too. Don't take me the wrong way there. I'm a gamer at heart, but interacting with community is also enjoyable. It's supposed to be more darker. Oh, I bet it was some sexual allegation crap. Ping pong was the first game ever on the first console. Yep. But people say Tetris was released in Russia well before ping pong. Is there proof? I remember Pong. I've have I played the original Pong? I mean, I played variations of it, but I've never played Pong on the actual console that it was made on. So Willie was supposed to kill a few citizens, and after the whole damage to the power chamber, to where the power access was lost, Rocky was supposed to get injured, but Ivan oozed borderline lethal. Really? Execs felt it was too much for a movie. It was called Just Ball. Yeah. Yes? Okay, I'll be right there in a bit. It was still sperming in my dad's sack when Pong was just oh, spermlet. That's great. I had an Atari 2600 when I was a kid. Unfortunately I never got a console. Those really like the really early versions of consoles until my uncle gave us his PlayStation. I never had a Nintendo, no SNES. Okay, I had a Game Boy, but that's a handheld. That's not a console. Granted, I'm old now. We're all old now. We're all old now. Hang tight. I can be right back. I gotta check with my daughter on something. We're gonna run an ad to, kind of make some money. Yeah. Is that even a thing for me? N64. Okay. Are we back? I don't have a timer here. I will wait. Atari 2600 back when it was new. N64 with its whopping state-of-the-art advanced 64 megabytes of VRAM. When my friend got the N64, I would go over to his house and play it. It was so fun. What is this whole shaking keys? Layoffs are the worst unless a company announces a shiny new toy while firing its workers. That's just really shitty though. Bro, did you blow on the cartridge and insert it 5 times to get it to work? We did that with the Nintendo Entertainment System. What are you talking about? I remember, was it the Nintendo? It was either the Nintendo or it was the... I don't think it was the N64. I had family friend who had a console. I think it was Nintendo. No. My cousin who had the Nintendo, he used to blow on the cartridge. I had a family friend who had either the SNES or the N64, and they shoved the cartridge in the freezer for a few minutes to see if that got it working. I still have my first Doom game on CD-ROM still somewhere. Yeah, NES, you blow it to get it to work. Yeah, it was either NES or if it was the N64. I don't remember which one that they had, but that one they put in the fridge or freezer for a few minutes to see if that worked, and it was like 50-50. I got AoE 2 and Diablo 2 on CD-ROM. Man, I got a bunch of games on CD-ROM. I got like the original Call of Duty on CD-ROM. I have like Uh, Fallout 3 on CD-ROM. I have, yeah. I don't think I have like older games. Warcraft 3 maybe. Flight sims from MS-DOS days. Oh my gosh, that's MS-DOS. Yeah, I have the original Call of Duty also. Nice. FF-14 fighter pilot. Oh, that sounds familiar. Huh, my chat got stuck or something? Possibly. Did you miss everything below here? Or above you? First Doom had no DOS commands to even had no DOS commands to even play. I never owned the first one to do. Man, DOS, bro, it had Sound Blaster sound settings if you didn't want to use the default modem sounds. There we go. I mean, I don't mind being a featured chatter on video, but all good, all good. But man, those were the days. Because to play a game you couldn't be in Win 3.1. Yeah, you had to get out into DOS and then launch it. CD, B, or A, depending on which floppy drive a floppy disk the game was on. dir enter. Oh, okay. Doom.exe launch. Those were the days. MS-DOS, Prince of Persia, and MS-DOS, like Mike Tyson boxing, my first piece of games. The first Prince of Persia game, I love that game. My uncle, he gave us one of his beige PCs, and it was like, let's launch it. And I would try playing that game, and I always got to the point where, I don't think I ever beat that one. I got to the point where, you know, maybe I did beat that one. Isn't that the one where like she's in a giant like sand timer and you have to save her? Or was that the second one? I think that was the second one. I never beat the first one. I always got to like the palace, and then I would get stuck. I didn't know where to go. I always got to the same damn place, tried running and jumping across, and like I couldn't make it, and I would always die. Mother Rucker had a light switch to turn it on, and a full ass fucking flip switch. My first PC I had was like 486 CPU, and that was like 9293. Yeah, I was fortunate that my uncle was like, he was a programmer, and he's like, hey, let me get you guys this old computer, and you guys can play games on it. I was like, that's awesome, and we'd play it. And then we had the whole oh my gosh, was it a dot matrix printer? Oh shit, yeah, it was a dot matrix printer. with the little freaking feeder on the sides. Yeah, I remember that. Like the funny thing was like, we just had it for whatever, and we didn't normally use it for much. But like the paper that we received was from my other uncle. So like I think 3 of my uncles from my dad's side were programmers, and so they had this dot matrix printer that they gave us. And the paper that they gave us had like shit on the back that was like typed off, but it wasn't really, I don't think it was anything. It was just kind of like whatever. And it's like, here, take this paper. It's not needed anymore. I remember having to peel off all that crap, and it was just like, cool, we got a printer. Bro, I still have a laminator attachment for old ass PCs. Really? Had to run a proprietary program to print and laminate with it, and it was slow. Bzz, zip, bzz, zip. Oh my god. Just imagine some Gen Alpha person jumps in here and is like, what the hell are you guys talking about? I don't even own a printer. Holy crap, but this was like the day. This was it, man. This was the shit that was awesome. This exactly like the one I had. Holy crap. How many brands were there? Oh boy. Floppy disks, motherfucker. Yeah. Those 5.5-inch ones or 5-inch ones. The rare time I do need to print something, I just go to my parents. We don't. I mean, like, there's a printer right there behind me, but then that's actually a printer that we've had for well over, like, I want to say well over 14 years. That's an old one. We just use it to print certain things when we need to, like Amazon package slips and stuff like that. Not often do we print something, but it's there just in case. It's crazy enough that I'm saying that, like, just in case I need to print something. Like, what? What the hell did you just say, Sanucci? What is printing? You know, it's when you gotta do shit. Well, I guess I moved my. That was weird. I got stuck. Back when the floppy disks were actually floppy, the huge ones that could hold one whole song. But if you accidentally scratched it or put a magnet on it, you were fucked. Insta 360 Link controller software, Windows version 1.4. Link can now be controlled via phone or tablet. Yes, that one. If I show you guys correctly here, let me see if I can get this going up. Let's see. Let me go to. All right, so there's that. Let's launch this. So if you guys look closely, there's this icon here. And they added this feature where if you scan that, watch. If you scan it, you can control my you get controls to my my camera. But I think it changes every time, and I can always just, you know, I could close out of the app, and then you guys can't do anything about it. Let's just do this. Quit. There. Now if you guys go back and VOD it and then try launching it, then recent firmware. Oh, is there? Nails, hi, saying hi. Hey, happy Tuesday, Wednesday to you. How you doing? We're just talking. We've been talking this whole entire time. I like this. This is fun. Let me turn that. Boop. Times have changed for sure. Yeah, they have. Or bend it and it snaps. Oh yeah, I've never done that though. I got hiding for snapping. I got a hiding for snapping one of Dad's work backup floppies when I was 5. Oh no! Time to hack Sanucci's camera. I closed the application, so now you guys can't. I don't know if it's the same QR code or if it changes. Watch, my camera starts scrolling all over the place. I was like, what are you guys doing? That's what we need to do. Care, we remember we were talking about like doing things on stream to just kind of fix. I remember seeing a content creator talking about how you can use the 360 camera or the Link camera, and you can actually use commands inside the stream. So you're using your channel points, and you guys can actually control my camera here, but I closed the application, so it's not launching, or it's not working the way it should be. But eventually I want to do that where you guys can potentially move the camera around, but you know, now that the camera's all messed up. Yep, it's broken now. Well, why does it do this when you launch the app again? It just keeps going. It just doesn't stop. The app's not even running anymore. There's my signed John Romero Doom poster. Have you guys ever seen that, Maida? You guys were just talking about Doom, and I'm like, here I am with a John Romero signed poster. Oh wow, yeah, it's totally, the app is totally it's broken. It won't stop. We're crying out loud, camera. Seriously, what's going on here? This thing is weird. Hold on. Let's just bring that up there. There we go. There you guys are. I'm okay. Thanks. Going to bed very soon, just browsing and saw you on. Oh, thank you. I'm glad to hear that you're ... okay, which sounds like you are probably going through a few things, and I'm sorry to hear that, Nails. I hope you're doing a lot better later on in the week, and if you ever need to talk, that's what we're here for. Just think when they tell kids these days about the time before internet. Back when I was your age, we didn't have cell phones or the internet, and when we did, it was 56K, and it'd be like, send glitter to your PO box. I do have a PO box if you guys want to send me glitter, so I would just use channel points to zoom in on Opie. No, I will let you too. I remember having arguments with my mom because she would yell for hours and I couldn't use the fucking dial-up to play online. Oh my god, those were the days. And then we had this device where it was like, if you bought 2 lines and like you attach this device, it would put the internet on hold and you wouldn't lose your connection or whatever you were trying to load image-wise, but it never worked half the time. Docs? Did I doc something? Oh shit, I did. It's all good. It was pointing right down on it, and sure enough, I have the freaking thing. I was like, how have you not ran out of subjects? It's been 5 hours with the same on. Oh, it just came. Yep, that was the artwork. That was, so if you guys remember, you know, when I streamed on AMD, we had a fellow streamer, his name was Pyjin, and he is in the UK, and I guess they had a convention going on, and John Romero was there. And Pyjin, fortunately, unfortunately, I don't know how you would put it. He didn't know who John Romero was. I was talking to him, and John's like, do you want a poster with my signature? And he said, yeah, sure. He told me about it, and I said, dude, that is awesome. And then he said, do you want the poster? And I was like, dude, what? Are you joking? And so I kind of talked to John Romero a few times on Twitter and social media. I've reached out and I have his wife, Brenda, as a contact, I think, on LinkedIn. And so I kind of not necessarily know them, but it was like to see Pyjin go, hey, I'm going to send this to you. And then I receive it. And sure enough, it's got John's signature on there. I'm like, this is badass. So AOL days. Yep. Oh, thanks. And we were going through our own storms. Dial was the worst. Dial-up was horrible, but you know, it was the internet at the time. Dial-up be like, doo 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 dee dee dee. And then right afterwards, bing, you've got mail. Like an evil laugh. It took 3 hours to download a 3 megabyte song. Oh my god, those were the days. I mean, like just the other day, my Crunchyroll like was acting up, and it was because I was probably their servers and they're having issues, and I was just like, the show was like freezing up, loading, and I guess you could say it was buffering. And I was like, god damn, this is like the 90s. What the fuck is going on here? Cost my father money with that dial-up. Yep, I remember that. And then you get like the AOL discs. It's like, oh, you get 70 free hours or 300 free hours. It's like in a month. I'm like, is there 300 hours in a month? LimeWire viruses. Oh my gosh. Mostly uses company's internet access. Yep, that's right. You need a channel point redemption to sound alert when you dox. I do. How many times have I doxed myself? You know, the only good thing about all that is like I should honestly put the shit away. But the only good thing out of this is that like I don't have a big viewership, which is sad, but also good at the same time, because how many times have I doxed myself where I could potentially be causing pain to myself just because I have a damn envelope there. I put it there for a damn reason. Like I actually had this hiding, and then like sure enough I'm like, oh look, I have it freaking showing up, and the camera sure enough decides to just move into that direction. Fuck you, camera. Seriously, it's the camera's fault for doxing. When Jay-Z songs were a 50-50 chance of breaking your PC on LimeWire. AOL CD-ROMs were everywhere. I remember like we had a drawer full of them, and I was just like, oh, that one's done. That one's done. Oh, can we get this one? Good thing you don't work with classified documents. I think if I worked with classified documents, I would have like literally cleared off my entire desk. I would have. I mean, when it's just like my address and stuff, I'm like, Like I'm like, what were the chances of my camera being like a dumbass and like, okay, let's go show this shit? It's like, thanks. They were like every yeah, right. You'll open up like, oh look, a disc fell out. Oh wait, it's AOL. We got free internet. It was like AOL and then Net Zero, was it? Oh my god, I remember Net Zero. McAfee, Norton virus, Norton antivirus CDs. Oh, Dad, why are you keeping this expired in 1993? Oh, throw that shit out, Dad. Actually, I still have some old CD-ROMs of like AMD driver installations in storage. I have this little like binder. You pop it open and like you have little slits where you have the CDs in there, and I think I have some old AMD installations. Like this was AMD when it was like the green little arrow. I'm old. Damn it. I'm just glad that everybody else here is just as old, if not older. But then like here I am like training with this guy that I just started working with, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm 30. I'm the youngest one here." I'm like, "Holy shit." I am now considered an older guy. The days of Norton. That sounds a lot like my bootleg porn DVD folder from my teen days. You mean from my current days too? It's like, no, it's on USB. Anyways, I am not old. I'm experienced. There we go. There we go. We're not old. We're just experienced and wise. Bro, it's on the cloud now. What the fuck? Oh, my bad. My bad. But you know, what if you lose internet access? Then what are you gonna do now? You can't get to your cloud of porn. I threw out a bunch of blank CDRWs a few years ago. The funny thing is, like, when I was working at my previous job, one of the administrators was leaving, and I don't know why, but she brought me like this 50 pack of like DVDRs, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this? I was literally going to create something where I could just use them as slingshots and just flick them, but you know, I threw it away. Who downloads porn anymore? It's streamed. Oh, you're right. We were just in raid level territory. I have 5G on phone. There we go. But what if your cell tower goes down? What happens then? That's my fear when it comes to like I said, when it comes to like Steam. Like, what if their servers go down? What if I lose internet access? What happens when my digital purchases suddenly disappear? What goes on now? Laminated porno mags from Livefire. Okay, let me think about this. I think I still have some of those magazines. I only had a small selection of them. Very small. Very, very small, like one or two. But I think I still have them somewhere. I'm kind of getting a new 2070. A friend of mine gave his that he had laying around for a deed I did back in the day. Oh, I think I remember telling you this. Oh, man, back in the day when I first met him last year. Okay. Is this the one that you had talked about last time too? I was out in the middle of the desert this morning and very little signal for sure. Is it because they just don't have enough towers? I would think like a desert would give you enough space and like no interference that you could be like, oh look, I got perfect signal and the like closest tower is 5 miles away. We did a massive prank on our last day at high school when we plastered porn mag pages and printed images all over school. Oh my gosh. And on the basketball court, we arranged all the porn in the shape of a... Oh, shit. Oh, we never did that. We never did a prank for our senior year. Then again, I graduated early, so like I was gone like the last semester. Those mags are probably collector's items now. I should probably go and see if there are. Yeah, I finally arrived with my BF, kind of excited of sorts. Nice. Still had signal though. Look, man, as long as it works, right? Was out shooting rifles at long distance. Have you ever gone to like that one shooting range where you can shoot like a is it like a minigun? Needless to say, we didn't attend prom. No. Like, were you not allowed to? Like, we could have gone. We just weren't allowed to go. There's a difference. Barred from entering school promise. Ah, yeah, there we go. You know what I did when it was prom for my senior year? I'm gonna go racing with my Toyota Camry, the quarter-mile speed track. That's what I did. I didn't go to prom. I was like, fuck prom. After the shit that I went through my junior year with this girl, I was like, fuck it. We're not dealing with girls. We're not dealing with relationships. I'm gonna fucking enjoy my senior year being single. And so I did. Literally trespass noticed. Oh, damn. I know you're not for NVIDIA, but I kind of excited to get to play with newish. No problem. I mean, like, tech is tech. I mean, if you were to give me like a whole new Intel setup, I'd be like, fuck, I'm gonna play with it. It's technology. I love technology. Granted, it's not AMD, but it's still technology. Shout out to 725 meters. Is that what they're called? Or you mean you shot 725 meters out? Had a target that was over a mile. Also, damn. Did you hit it? That techie still lives in me. No problem. I mean, like, once you're a techie, you're always a techie. Not a Trekkie. Not Star Trek, but techie. Sounds funny, but you definitely violated some child pornography laws, even though you were probably a minor yourself. Is it child pornography laws? Imagine when I had to explain that to my recruiter. You got off easy? Damn. Kudos to you for that on your college year. It was my high school year, actually. So prom is, do they do prom in college? I don't think they do. Prom my senior year in high school. Didn't go for the mile target? Darn. That would have been cool to see. Yeah, I don't get to really dive into tech here because I'm mostly broken sick. Yeah, you know, if I could drop off like all my tech off to you without paying like an arm and a leg because it's going to Barbados, I would. But that just gives me more reason to be like, hey honey, we're gonna make a trip out to Barbados because it's Barbados and I got stuff to drop off to Nails. She probably wouldn't go for it. Kind of excited to be trying out something new. You know, I'm like we've discussed way back then. It's just disappointing to see how hard it is to get tech out to other countries. Did hit 500 and 600 with my AR, just has a 3x on it. Ooh, with only a 3x, not bad. How far were you from the center? My brother went to the same high school and he was forever known as the brother of the porn bandits. That's hilarious. There was my freshman year in high school. We didn't know that we were supposed to provide. Okay, so I blamed this on the student council group for our freshman year. They were, I don't know how this was miscommunicated, but for homecoming, we were supposed to come up with a skit. And the freshman student council team, I guess, didn't know about it. Now, keep in mind, years later, 10 years later specifically, for our high school reunion, that is the same student council group that didn't host a 10-year reunion, nor a 20-year reunion last year. That is how shitty my student council was. They fucked up my freshman year. And so the seniors actually gave like this little brown bag, and I think it had porn in it. The guys that did that got suspended for, I think, a week. But then here was the high school freshmen that had to go up in front of the entire school and say, sorry, we don't have a skit because we weren't told about it. We were laughed at. I was like, I mean, like, granted, like, I was like, whatever. But at the same time, I was like, what the fuck, guys? How did you not know about this? How did your, you know, teacher advisor, whomever it was, not tell you about this shit? Seriously? And then sure enough, you know, Thank you for not hosting a high school reunion for the 10-year or the 20-year. Who gives a shit about that? Even though the school put money aside for you to do it, and yet nobody's freaking doing it. His prank was so lame they just dressed up as the teacher. Oh, bummer. That's not exciting. Oh, I hit a few times. Oh, good. Nice. Waiting for the next waiting for the Mox to text bomb her response. I think she's sleeping. She's not feeling well. I think she might be coming down with like the flu. She had a fever just a few days for the past few days, but she's doing okay right now. She seemed a bit better tonight after dinner, but she is resting right now. 4060 out there I think costs $1,900. The 7900 I think is $1,000. Woo. Ugh. That's just damn. That's a damn shame. Did hit a headshot with my AR in 600. Nice. Mida the sniper. I can't remember the prices on hand, but it's close to those prices. That's ridiculous. I was the fittest looking guy when I attended my 10-year anniversary because I was deep in service that time. Oh, nice. I got my trucker got ready for the 20-year. Care to Frosty, what service were you in with the RNZF 1C1X1? I wish you're better, Tsunuchi, but anyways, yeah, thank you for that, Nails. Get on out of here if you're heading out. Probably gonna bounce? Yeah, feel free to. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you as always. Never be a stranger. Come hang out when you want to, or when I'm on. I know it's late for you guys and late for some of you, but I appreciate the time that you guys spend hanging out with me and talking. Sometimes it's like, let's not game, let's just talk and hang out, you know. 2:17 a.m. Yeah, you're only a few hours. The thing I hate the most is like I would love to interact with those in Australia and in like Japan, but it's like it's like what, 6 o'clock for them right now, something like that, on a Wednesday. 6 o'clock p.m. that is. That's aircraft maintenance and fueling for the normal people. Okay, thank you for sharing that. Chair Force, yeah. Do you guys ever like do like a special high five to each other? I mean, I'm sure there's like some kind of code of like recognition, but so is that always like the code for like aircraft maintenance and refueling? A 500-600 target with just 3x scope. The dot on it was big as a target. Holy shit, dude. And yet you got a headshot, man. That is awesome. It's crazy. I remember my dad and his former friend at the time. We would go, I think we were squirrel hunting, and he put a pop can on just like on a tree branch, and I forgot how far we were. I want to say 50 yards at least. And he's like, I want you to hit that. I'm like, okay. And so with the little 22, I nailed it. He was a little surprised. I'm like, yeah, that was me 14 at the time. That was years ago. Oh, you have a great night. I rarely come on here now. Twitch doesn't excite me now. I'm sorry to hear that, Nails. And even I excite you? What? I guess I gotta work harder on that. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, good to know, Frosty. And not like I'm gonna remember, but good to know. X1 is for senior airmen, basically TSGT promotables that weren't promoted to Sergeant TSGT because they didn't need one. Okay, I had my own 22 rifle at 6. Better be. Damn, I gotta hit some standards here with Nails. Have a good night, Nails. Take it easy. Well, here, I mean, next time, let me know what you want to see me play. I know you said you like watching me play Call of Duty, so I don't mind playing Call of Duty. So I just know that it can kind of bore people, and it doesn't pull in the viewers as much as, you know, I would like it to. But 1C1X1 job code is similar to structure, but job is different from that used in the US. Okay. Granted, that was a different time. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with owning a firearm. Now, the responsibility and how you procured one, that's different. So, I mean, that's all important right there. You know, learning how to use one, the responsibilities of owning one, and how did you procure it? In the US, I think it's a pilot for medium vehicles. Okay. Sounds like you just passed a lot of gas for your job. Whatever you like playing, I probably would watch as long as you're enjoying it. I do like how you play COD though. It's like, I know you're saying you're gonna leave, but that reminds me of my wife when she's like, you know, the way you eat food is so not necessarily mesmerizing, but she's like, it just makes the food look good. I'm like, okay, all right. You also say my smile is amazing too, but who's counting? On duty and off duty. Man, that chair must have smelled great. Been shooting my whole life pretty much. Oh, that's cool. I agree with her. I've had a lot of people say that my smile is yeah. I've received compliments about my smile and my eyes. So, and let me just say this: I don't blush often, but when it happens, it's a rare feat. I meant the food. Are you saying when I eat food, or just in general when you see people eating food? And yes, our basic is easier to deal with the bitches. That's funny, man. Manny was actually in the he was here earlier. He had to leave, but he's in the army. Biggest thing is treat any gun like it's loaded, no matter what. Exactly. Even though I've done some stupid things myself, just to myself. It's like, and it wasn't like dumb stupid and like I was playing around being dumb. It was just, if you guys want me to tell you a story, then I will. But it wasn't anything like serious or. But you do have a nice smile, I guess. It's the teeth. I tend not to look at guys like that. No offense. Oh no, don't worry about it. No, it wasn't like it. So here's the funny thing about that. Before you leave, I had started a job at a public charter school with my wife, and we met with the vice principal of the elementary school. And like I smiled and I shook hands with her, and she's just like, the first thing that came out of her mouth, and I've heard this before from other people, she said, "Oh my gosh, you have such a nice smile." I'm like, what? Like that was the first thing that she said, even when we were greeting. I was just like, okay, you know, like I wasn't necessarily taken aback, but I was just like, it was surprising to hear. So, ooh, a grunt. Yep, he is. About your eyes, okay. Zoom up request. Oh my god, really? All right, let me see. Can we get a zoom up in here? I forgot how you zoom inside the app here. Let me bring that up. I'm blind now. Do you know how blind I am, guys? I can't see anything. Everything's blurry. Hold up. Is that better? Can you guys see? All right, hold on. Blind Snoochie. I do have brown eyes. Yes, that's army speak. Hooah, oorah, ora, ora, oorah. I don't have a zoom. I mean, let's fix this. Let's adjust this. I don't normally have one position that I am when I. Is that close? You guys want closer? It can get closer. There we go. All right, let's add this as a preset position. We're gonna do face zoom. There. Yes, brown eyes. So I mean the lighting isn't the greatest too, but wait. Are you just saying that now? You're supposed to be leaving. What are you doing? Oh man, 1A3X1. Basically, what the Army boys would say to them: how does it feel to be outranked by fresh recruit airmen? Ouch! My shiny teeth and me. I see you. I have blue eyes. I wish I had blue eyes. I think blue eyes are pretty. Yummy forehead wrinkles. Up. I definitely have a lot of Yeah, it's the glasses. Like every time I have to look up, I'm always squinting. So that's me right there. So. Whole family has blue eyes. I tried to clip, but it says something gone wrong. Well, it looks like Zap got it for you. I want them Uchiha eyes on G. My wife is actually jealous of my eyelashes too. My eyelashes are fairly long for, they're longer than hers. You had that, do you smell what the, yep. You know how I got that? I took the time to actually help, like, I was actually moving my eyebrows when I was younger. Kind of like this, you know? Like the whole Spock. Hey look, Grogu. But they have these light brown, light brown eyes are even more beautiful. I have more of like a dark, I mean, if I were to take a closer picture of it, like an actual picture and show, it is fairly light. If you put it in the, if you have the right lighting for it. Men have thicker eyelashes, so it's to prevent eye damage from harsh conditions. I hear of women getting mad at men for having long lashes and such. So is it general for men to have long eyelashes overall? The thing I hate about my eyelashes is that they always point downward. My left side here, and it's weird that we're talking about eyelashes here, but my left side here actually curls naturally, but everything else kind of points downward. Men also generally have thicker, nicer skin that ages slowly too, so it's so unfair. Nails, I won't know. What won't you know? You were supposed to be leaving. I'm not saying that I don't want you here. I never put a blade to my face. Yeah, I do no skincare at all. I started doing skincare. Like they say, if you have if you're always out in the sun, it's always good to use SPF. I mean, my friend, she works for Dior, so she's always talking about skincare and how it helps you look younger and prevents your skin from aging faster. So it's always a good thing to kind of help with your skincare. But I'm not like crazy over it. I've had women just on my hair curl, and I'm like, can we trade? Yes, but the conversation made me stay. No, I don't want you to go. Stay. If you can stay longer, that's even better, you know? Bro, I use sunscreen and maybe some vitamin E when I'm not lazy. Okay, so then when you're saying when you're not lazy, so how often is that? All right, back to the normal camera, because I think we can hit, yeah, we can hit that quick. There we go. So people always think I'm younger than I am. You know, that's something about millennials and like that age range here for us. My eyebrows are naturally arched. Oh, really? Nice. This is my natural eyebrows. Like it actually curves like this naturally. But yeah, but the whole age thing, like the thing is like people say like I look so young. And here's the thing. My wife and I, we've compared pictures of us as we've aged. And we both admit we actually look great or better now than we did before. Like within the past 10 years, 15 years, we have aged a lot better now than we did. Like once a week. I also get called younger and it makes me insecure, so I sport a thick beard. Aw, it's nothing wrong with looking younger. It's just, you know, you take better care of yourself. And men and women always stop me and ask, who did your eyebrows? You're like, nobody? Get away from me, weirdo. Just kidding. Yeah, I have a beard. I wish I could grow a beard. I can't grow one. My facial hair doesn't grow well. The only reason why I have this one here is that it actually manages to grow pretty decent. But everything else, yeah. Hey, just want to say congrats to the remix. Thank you. It's a help desk job, and it's just something that I'm doing in the meantime. So, bro, I get asked for ID everywhere. It's like, fuck off. I'm 32. You should be like, man, I just turned 21, and you give to them like, what the hell? Even with a beard, people think I'm younger. Wow, look at you, Mina. Okay, look at my Instagram. I'll have to. I always say I never put a blade to my face. Well, that's good, Nels. That's good. Now I'm curious. Sunushi, if you were to get a clean shaven, how many days would it be before you need to go before you're no longer clean shaven? Like, when you say clean shaven, like, explain. Oh, yeah. You pretty, actually, you know, you look pretty young for... I think it's the lack of wrinkles. I'm not saying that, like, you know, wrinkles means you're old, but like, I think your facial features are still at a pretty young age for its looks. Like, it just looks normal. Dude, that's cool, man. I wish I could grow a beard. I'm so jealous. No stubble. I visit my friends in Europe over the holidays. The mentality there is your job does not define who you are, just how you support yourself. Oh, that's good. And that's the nice thing about overseas. Like, for some reason in Europe, it feels like that it's more laid back, and I like that. I definitely like that. No stubble. Okay, so it would actually be a day. About a day before they'd start coming in. I would say not even. I would say less than 24 hours it'd start coming back. I could feel the stubbles right now. I shaved right before I jumped on. But if I were to leave it for 24 hours, I could see it already coming in. Yes, I was looking at yours, Matt. Yeah, but no, if I were to shave, or if I were to grow, like, if you can see, like, right here, like, it does not fully grow. It's only specks here. It doesn't look good. I don't like it. I wish I could grow a full beard, but no. People are not judged by their jobs. That's nice. You know, people are all like, you know, America's better and all this stuff, and then you go overseas and you're like, wow. So this is what it's like, huh? I haven't been overseas at all, so I wouldn't know. But how have you been, man? Happy Wednesday. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah. It's, you know, I needed to go back and work, so I had to take that opportunity. As you were aware that I tried to shoot for I tried shooting to be the next Ninja and Dr. Lupo in 2023, but that failed. No, I'm kidding. No, but overall, I wanted to just kind of work on my content and short form content, but it didn't work out, obviously. So if it did, I would have been happy, but or whatever, you know. I still have 2024 to work at. It's just going to be a lot slower. It's just, I'm going to try and I'm trying to move forward with just getting more short form content. But here's the thing. It's like, the things that I come up with and the things that I think about, it's like, it's already done, you know? Like, there's a guy whose name is Dino Cornell. I think Remix, you've shared some of his videos, and the stuff that I've seen him done, I'm like, I've thought about that. You know, everybody's done something like that, but now he's going to be a dad, is my understanding. So he thinks he's going to have more time, or have the same amount of time playing games, while his kid is just sitting there and, you know, whatever. That's not babysitting, that's child neglect. You can see the con pics on there from years ago. I saw that. That's awesome, dude. It makes me envious because I've not really gone to a con. And I could say and I could stay. I just try not to come on here for long. But long story short, I try not to keep parasocial relationships at a minimum. Bad experiences. I try to cater to something more real. No, definitely, it makes sense. And now saying that, I'm not saying that this is the case for you, but that's mostly it. And just read your title. Just read your title. Congratulations. No, thank you. No, I wouldn't say anything like that, and I wouldn't judge that. It's like, you know, that's the thing. It's like, you know, just because there are opposite sexes in the chat and they're talking doesn't necessarily mean that anything has to flourish out of it. There's no relationship that has to happen. It's just man, woman, male, female, whatever, you know. There doesn't have to be any kind of relationship beyond friendship from that. And that's what I'm here for. I'm just here to hang out and have fun, have a good time. Doing well. Got reviews to finish. We got to hit up for one content piece. I know you still have your stuff. I know, like I feel so terrible. Let Be Quiet know that I'm really sorry. That was my whole goal in 2023, but anyone judging someone by their jobs entitled to overprivileged shit. Don't tell me how to make my money. Right. Everybody needs to survive somehow, and I mean, good God, the middle class like requirements nowadays is like not even middle class. That's upper class. That's what it was years ago, and now it's apparently middle class. But holy shit! Like the thing that bothers me the most is like I still am renting. But oh, I've made mistakes. I'll own up to it. No, I meant as in friendships. Oh, okay. Well, even or, you know, so. You're not my friend, Nails? None of you are my friends. You guys are just here to watch me do stuff. I hate you all. No pressure. Be Quiet has an ass. It's because they forgot. I'm a nobody. I'll do fucking OnlyFans. Come at me. Not relationships, but relationships or friendships too. So yeah, sorry if I confused you while typing. My brain moved. No, don't worry about it. Like, here's the thing. I don't normally swear like at all, but I will at times, and even when I'm on here, I try not to. But you know, fuck you guys. I hate you all. It's like, I'm out of here. Bye, guys. No, I'm kidding. I'm just here to point out all the times you actually, you know, I'm glad you do that. I just hate myself when it happens. It's like, fuck. It's like, damn it. I told myself not to put things out there. But no, come on. Like, what are the chances that this camera was supposed to be pointing downwards? It never does. It just decided to today for some damn reason. Funk you too. Nah, I swear, dude, I don't care. This is the 18 plus channel. Those of you that aren't 18 in here, how the hell did you get in here? We get it now as you want this. I thought it was you that wanted it, Frosty. Oh shit. Do the Midwest goodbye takes hours. You know, I'm from the Midwest, so it's like, hey, I'll see you guys later. Thank you for tuning in. Bye. Hey. No, it's okay. I've done it. Honestly, if you ask any of the guys around here, I always say goodbye, and then I'm here talking because some of you guys will continue to say things. I don't want to feel like I'm disrespecting you guys, right? So then I try to say goodbye once. I do the same damn thing, and it's not intentional. And god damn, why does it have to be in the Midwest too? I try not to say that word out because it usually makes things awkward. All good. I mean, yes, but I can share. Oh, you know, it's fun. It's been fun tonight. I like this. Just sitting here talking. There's nothing wrong with it. We'll just hang out, have a good time. Fuck, I gotta grab a beer now. No, I don't drink often. So yeah, we were kind of Midwest. We still called it Midwest. Yeah, all good, man. I've been born and raised in the Midwest, man. So I haven't been far from the Midwest, living especially. So I get seeing you on. Gotta go. Have a great night, Sanucci and chat. Sounds great, Remix. Thank you for tuning in, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next time, buddy. Kentucky. Oh, we call it the Asian goodbye. It basically is. It's like, it's kind of like when you're paying for something. It's like, I got this. No, I got this. No, it's okay. I'll get. You can take care of it next time. No, 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 no. It's okay. I got it. It's like, damn it. Pay for the fucking bill. Let's go. Still chatting while at the door. Oh, I try not to do that. Maybe like with people that I'm like not comfortable with, or like that I don't want to talk to. All right, it's great seeing you. It's like, are you gonna say goodbye? I did. It was great seeing you. What else did you want me to say? Stop talking to me. I'm trying to leave. Oh man, Be Quiet's gonna look at me so weird when they're like, wait, Sunuchi wrote this? Didn't we give this to him like a year ago? Yeah. Guess what? I'm not a professional writer. I don't write for an awesome website like IGN. I mean, like, we are an awesome website. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the website's great for just a small crew of people. However, I'm not IGN. I'm not PC hardware. I'm bad about leaving Discord voice when say goodbye. Are you really? I'm bad because I'm like, wait, they changed it. Which button am I supposed to hit to disconnect? I'm always there like, hey, see you guys later. And then I'm looking, and like everybody leaves. I'm like, shit, I'm the one that said goodbye first. Is this the button? It just goes to show you how much I jump into voice chat in Discord when I own my own server. I'm sorry, guys. For those of you that are in my Discord, I apologize. It's like, Sunuchi never talks. Yeah. You know, when you get up and you're like, I got kids to take care of. When you start working, I'll quit game and say I gotta go, and then 20 minutes later we're still talking on voice. Well, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. It's like you had a great time talking or while gaming, and now you're talking after gaming. I go with the tried and true. Bye, Felicia. Sunisha never wants to talk to us when we're gaming with them. Here's the thing. I get too focused in the game when I'm playing. Like, I feel horrible. Like I'm like, I talk to chat more than I talk to some of you guys when I'm playing games, and I really got to fix that. So that's on me. That's just me. Usually I only talk when I need to. See, that's exactly like me. He fears my manly voice might end up giving him excessive chest hair. You know, I contemplated, like, is it better to have more chest hair? I'm getting some. I don't have a lot, but it's growing. I mean, it's not like poof, like I have like it's not like I have like a blanket on my chest or, you know, a bear sleeping on me, but it's like SpongeBob. Like, I have to draw it in, you know? Guys, look. You fucking Wookie. Like, damn it, Chewie, let's go. Soon as you can ask you a weird question for a conversation. No, go ahead. It's like a... I wouldn't necessarily call it an Ask Me Anything Reddit. But no, feel free to. They call me Fuzzball in the services. Really? Have they ever tried shaving you while you're asleep? Does that happen? Or is that hazing now? I don't know. I wouldn't call that hazing, but hey, Fuzzball, get to 10 socket. At least you get a nickname. I was never given a nickname. I had to come up with my own damn nicknames. I was called the X-Man once because of my last name. Docs. Other than that, I was called Professor X one time, but that was it. Bro, it happened a few times. They used to sneak up on me with wax. Oh, really? Ouch. Ouch, man. Were you like the 40-year-old version where like they were, you know, that episode, or not the episode, but that scene where they're like waxing him and he's just bleeding? They literally waxed him in real life. Were you bleeding, man? Oh, God, that must hurt. Just imagine if they're like using those CPR kits on you. It's like if he's hairy, you put it on, you rip it off, you get a new one, you put it on there, and then you try shocking him. All right. It sounds more like torture, but okay, let's do this. Needless to say, I was pissed. It fucking bled. Oh, dude. Ow. I can only imagine, man. What's the one thing that you like that you as male, hopefully I appropriating you correct? No, you're good. You're good. I mean, I am not offended in any way. That probably you know a female can't do. Oh, boy. Let's see here. One thing that you as a male that probably you know a female can't do. One thing that I could do that are you saying me in general, or are you just saying like males or men in overall? Yeah, that scene was all real. I know, I remember hearing about it, and it's like, oh, Kelly Clarkson. Sure. I know your fetishes. I would rather get pepper sprayed and shoved into a tear gas chamber than get waxed. Oh God, like I could be either or. Okay. Ooh, good question. Something that a female couldn't do. It's let me think of something other than what I was just thought up of, which was more like just for humor's sake. But let me just say, let me think here. Something that male or men can do that a woman wouldn't be able to. Not that they can't do, but they wouldn't be able to. Or they can't do. I guess, well, let me think of that. Make a funny joke. Deadlift 220 kilograms. You were thinking helicopter. You're talking about the spinning helicopter? Is that what we're talking about? I mean, I heard it one time and oh my God. Like for me, like the fact that women has more fashion choice over men. Gotcha. I think soy. I'm trying to think of something. I think one thing, like when we wear dresses, whole suits, jeans, whatever. I think for men, I'm drawing a blank here. I'm just trying to figure out something that would be unique. I think that's my problem here, is trying to find something unique. I think if I was thinking of, I feel like when I'm thinking about men and women and the differences between them, I feel like more of like a physical difference, like strength, and it's more of a natural thing. Like men are just unfortunately and fortunately stronger than women in most cases. I was never trained to be a pilot, but I did bootleg fly a few aircraft under supervision, of course. Oh, that's cool. And one thing like I like over men over women is that men have pockets. Oh yeah, better pockets. Yep. You know, I can't say that men look better in outfits than women do, because some women can pull off like suits really well. We have this unfair doping drug called testosterone. The correct answer is that men cannot do anything that women cannot do as well. That is the proper answer. Make men look like potatoes. Women look like works of art. That is true. That is very true. Yes. Now this is like, yes, but respectfully, women can do anything as much as men. Uh, I think men can actually like not let things get to them as much as it would for women. Not all women, but I mean, if you think about it, like there's that whole thing of like women use the women's thought processes are all put in like containers. They're all neatly packed in there, and like organization is also a thing in there, but at the same time it's like men, it's like we just kind of live and let live. But I was just asking when it comes to what he likes for himself over men versus women, just a playful question. Yeah, no problem. I the thing is though, like for me, I respect everybody enough where I try not to say, well, you know, we're better in this versus that. But the only thing I could think of is because of our natural like DNA and development and who we are as men, we're just stronger in general. We're capable of doing things more physical than women. But I mean, like, you know, going into labor, yeah, that's different. I will respect women 100%, 150% on that part, you know. No, it's not great. I think the thing for me though is like when somebody asks me a question, I will think about it and I will try to come up with an answer that I find is justifiable. Like I could have said something hilarious or something that was sexist, but then it's like, why say something like that? You know, there's no reason to say that, or to say like, oh, like men are, you know. I was thinking of something funny, and don't take this the wrong way, anybody. Don't take this the wrong way at all. But I was like, oh yeah, men can pee in a bottle without spilling. It's like stupid things like that, you know. Like I find it humorous, I find it funny, but then I wouldn't say that in front of people and be like, hey, surprise, surprise, this is what I think, you know. Didn't go with dick and fart jokes, no, no. Right, and look, Nails is laughing. So like that's the thing. It's like just trying to get the humor out of it without making it sound like I'm a sexist asshole, you know? Hey, yeah, right. Keep it classy. Trying to do it as best as I can. I think I would actually enjoy that as a man. It's got its perks. It's really beneficial when you're in a tight spot, and I feel bad for women in certain cases where it's like, oh, you gotta go. It's like, shit, let's try to figure out what would be the best way. And it's like, oh, for men it's just like, you whip it out, you just you shoot it, and you're like, hey. You look at your buddy, it's like, hey, I bet you I can pee farther than you. Now tell me, which of you guys have not done that? Don't lie. Which of you have actually tried peeing in the toilet and stepping backwards? I've done it. Had to do that today out in the desert, right? That's hilarious. I love these random conversations. This is great. This is great content. For those of you that are 18 and older, for those of you that are under 18, what are you doing in here? That's great. My wife is gonna be like, so what'd you do? What'd you do in your stream last night? Like, I just talked. She's gonna look at me like, you talked all night? Yeah, what's wrong with talking? And Sanucci's wife now knows why there is pee all over the toilet. You know, not to have TMI, but I don't use the bathroom standing. I actually prefer sitting down and taking a break. I'm under 33. Oh no. All night long. Is that, are we referencing Daft Punk? There's nothing wrong with all night long conversations. If we could pull more people in and just have conversations, I would love that. You're a sit pisser? I am. I am a sit pisser. My dad used to have us like, he's like, oh, you know, when we were kids, he was like, you know, you guys are peeing all over the toilet, you know, and he's like, this is disgusting and it takes a lot of cleanup. So he showed us how to pee without removing our pants, or like he was wearing shorts or, you know, underwear. Do you also paint your nails? I do sometimes here and there. Got a problem with that? I let my daughters paint my nails for me sometimes. My wife actually says that maybe we should do this as like a charity event, but my wife says that I look attractive and I could pull off as an attractive woman with makeup on. I've had my sister when I was younger put makeup on me. My wife has put makeup on me too, but she's like, wow, you're really pretty with makeup on. I'm like, fuck. But yeah, going back to what my dad's like, he actually showed us how like the pee sitting down, and it was actually facing the toilet, and it was like, yeah, this is how you pee. I was like, why don't you just sit down? Why don't you just turn around and sit down and take off your damn pants? There's nothing wrong with that. I believe it. Well, you know, one day if we do a charity event, you know, I've actually, I have my own team for Extra Life, which it's just me, and I have never done an Extra Life charity event. But if we ever do one, maybe one of those would be like I dress up and I put makeup on. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, you know. And if people have problems with it, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. I'll take your damn money for charity, but fuck you, get out of here. Bro, you and chick makeup and clothes, you would break me. Do you know how many times I told my wife that the way you say things just kind of it makes me blush in certain ways, and my wife's like, damn, he's got that effect on you. To make this more lighthearted, if you could choose any fictional person to date in any media without consequences, who would you date? For me, Kratos. Mine would be Tifa Lockhart. Oh, well, okay, let me see. Let me take that back. I actually have a list of actresses that like I have a crush on, and like my wife is aware of these actresses. So it would be it was Jennifer Love Hewitt at one time. Frosty's with the laugh, taking notes. Yeah. Jennifer Love Hewitt was one. Natalie Dormer is another. I would say, I mean, if we're talking about certain time frames on looks and like who they were as a person, I don't think that would matter. Like Christina Aguilera was one that I had a crush on a while back. But Tifa Lockhart, Aerith would be another one. Shit, I don't have the chest to pull off Nat Dormer. She's gorgeous. Yeah, first thing that comes out of his mouth is Tifa Lockhart. I know why. It's Opie. I mean, there's examples right there. I mean, there's examples right there, especially that one. No, I'm kidding. Oh man, but yeah, Tifa. I've had a crush on Tifa way back when. So, but yeah, those would be some. Yeah, Frosty, who would you date? Oh, damn. I knew it. It's like, if it was anybody. My wife's gonna have to fight you off now. Serious answer. Emily Blunt. Ah, yeah, yeah. Emily Blunt. I mean, she is attractive, and you know, I love her movies. She's great in her movies. Oh, another one would be I'm sorry. I'm listing off like all these people. I feel like I'm such a freaking shallow hell. Welcome. Anna Kendrick is also another one. So, if I ever met these people in person, the real people, obviously you can't meet Tifa, but if I met these people in person, I don't know. I don't know. I would be so nervous, I think. Oh, the madman in the lodge. She's pretty though. Is that a movie? Hold on. Maybe even Anne Hathaway too. Yeah, Anne Hathaway, she's got something about her. Oh, okay. I wonder if it's titled differently. This is really good music, I just realized. Amy Mainzer, an astrophysicist in NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. Me, oh my, sir, that is quite the choice. Here you are talking about an astrophysicist, and I'm like, okay. God. Hi, Shallow Hell here. Permission to post link? Ah, yeah, let me give you that ability. Oh, hold on. Wait, who the hell did I just permit? Oh, wait, that was just... There we go. That's hot. Paris Hilton hot? I really like intelligent women. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Oh, this one. Scary as hell. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this. When did this come out? Oh my goodness, Alicia Silverstone is in this movie? I'll admit, I had a big crush on Alicia Silverstone way back when. And it wasn't because she was in Clueless, but it was just she was just attractive to me. I mean, she still is. I mean, still looks good for her age. 2019. Huh. I'm looking at Alicia Silverstone's biography or information. 1976. Man. I always had a thing for older women. I'm kidding. Okay, and my wife is older than me, so I'm lying. I do have a thing for older women. Lindsay Lohan before the drugs. She was gorgeous. You used to have a crush on her, huh? I love TV. I also like pre-plastic Megan Fox. That's funny. That's also true too. I'm not saying like, you know, she is plastic, but when you see celebrities and you see like, you know, when you see them years later and you're like, okay, this is them at the beginning and this is where they are in their career, you're going, okay, is it just it's like, oh, just because you're a celebrity, is it because your face just changes because of all the things you're going through? No, it's because of the money that they have in the plastic surgery that they put on. It's like, I understand that you're going to do that to yourself so that you feel better about yourself. Your self-esteem improves. However, I don't know if I would do that. Like, I'm not happy with my nose. Am I going to try to redo it? No. So I'm not happy with my flat head. Am I going to ask them to kind of like add a bulge in the back of my head? No, like I'm totally flat. I like two men in the entertainment industry. Well, three: Idris Elba, Alexander Skarsgård, and Jason Momoa. Well, those are really good selections right there. I mean, Idris Elba. I'm actually envious of him because he's an actor. He's also a DJ and a rapper. Was he a DJ and rapper? But I love him in the song with Macklemore in it. I didn't even realize that was him, but it was just him kind of like voicing parts of the song. I think the song's called "Dance Off." That's the one. All three have amazing talent and can play almost any role, in my opinion. And they are eye candy. There's nothing wrong with eye candy. Nothing wrong with eye candy at all. I like Liam Hemsworth, Keanu Reeves, and Henry Cavill. It's Cavill, isn't it? It's Cavill. Wait, you like Liam, not Chris? Cavill, yeah. I would say Henry Cavill's up there in regards to like, I wouldn't say it's a man crush, but it's just the respect that I have for them. Henry Cavill, Chris Hemsworth. And that's the thing is like, I understand Chris gets all the overhyped roles, but I think Chris as a person is nice. Like Chris Evans too. Thought it was Ryan Reynolds everyone loves. Ryan Reynolds is like a hit or miss, I think. I feel like his personality. Now, if this were ever to like go public or like just go viral of me talking about Ryan Reynolds this way, like no harm, no foul. He could definitely judge me for whatever he wants to because he has every right to, just like how I'm going to judge him. But I like Ryan Reynolds. I like his personality. I like who he is when I see him. However, I know he's comedic. I know he's funny. But sometimes I feel like that's hiding like him being like an asshole in real life. Not saying that he is. There's some people that kind of like, you look at them, you're like, okay, like I see the things that you're doing. I see the things that you say, but it's like, is this who you are? Like Jason Bateman. Like, I feel like Jason Bateman's an asshole in real life. And there are some actors where they're like, oh, like you think he's a great person, but then like they say, never meet your heroes. And but like Jason Bateman, I feel like he's an a-hole. He just rubs me off like that. Is Ryan Gosling Ken enough for you? Yes, he is. Ryan Gosling, I'll admit, Ryan Gosling's a heartthrob. So I saw this weekend a guy did plastic surgery to make his face look like a Snapchat filter. Oh my god, please don't do that. Whoever else would consider doing that. Ryan Reynolds is a good choice. Ryan Reynolds is basically Deadpool. Yeah, I mean, look. Deadpool. Deadpool. There, and Deadpool. Not the right Deadpools, but you know, that one actually looks more like Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool. So. Oh, let's not forget Chad Hugh Jackman. I will admit, I actually am a fan of Hugh Jackman. Like if I met Hugh Jackman, I would probably be like, oh my god, like this, like probably all those guys that I listed off. Probably The Rock as well would be one. But I think he gets overhyped a lot too. And the way he's been boasting himself recently, like for example, when Crazy Rich Asians came out, he reached out to the director and he's like, hey, how come you didn't like include me into the movie? It's like, just because you're The Rock doesn't mean that you should be in every freaking movie. And it didn't, I wouldn't say it wouldn't fit properly, especially with the way Crazy Rich Asians went about it, but it just wouldn't make sense to see The Rock in it, you know? And I'm not saying he's not Asian, he's Samoan, and it's a form of Asian, but it's like, really, Dwayne? Like, I like you as a person, you seem like a great guy, you do things that seem great, but I don't like Dwayne Johnson, no offense. He's like Ben Affleck for me. Really? Well, how's Ben Affleck for you then? Ben Affleck is a full-on asshole. Really? Is he a real-life asshole? They build movies around him rather than the other way around. I can kind of see that. Dwayne Johnson is proving himself to be quite the ass. Yeah, you know, I feel like once the fame and the popularity hits, it really gets to people's minds. Like, I don't know how it happens. Like, I try to tell myself, and in any situation, always be humble. And I understand that like Dwayne has been humble and he's been showing himself humble, but I feel like he's doing it. Sometimes I feel like he's doing it so then he gets attention. I feel like he's doing it so then there's that, hey, I'm still The Rock and this is what I do. And I'm not saying I'm not bashing on him. It's just like, and maybe that's not it at all, and I'm misreading it. I would, if he wants to come and tell me one-to-one and like tell me, I'd be like, hey, no, feel free to. Like, if I'm misinterpreting something, please correct me. You know, there's always misunderstanding and judgment, but then I'm not judging them. This is just how I'm seeing things because of what is being portrayed by that person. If they're gonna come up and it's like, hey, cool, like let's hang out and then like do something as well. Like I hear that what's his name? Shit. I watch his shows too and his movies. Nathan Fillion. I hear Nathan Fillion is an a-hole. So I know some people who know. I have some movie industry friends with first-hand experience with them. Oh, look, there we go. But holy crap, really? Damn. Like Ben Affleck is one way in every movie he plays. That's the same thing that I feel like with Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn is Vince Vaughn. It's not Vince Vaughn playing the character, it's Vince Vaughn playing Vince Vaughn. It blows my mind. Dwayne to me is the same way. A little bit, yeah. John Cena, though, he's fucking cool. John Cena, he seems pretty cool, but at the same time, I'm kind of feeling that. Like, I think there's this whole thing of like being friendly, and then there's like being overly friendly. And I feel like at some times it just gets a little bit too much. But then again, like I said, we don't know these people personally. We don't know how they present themselves every day outside of the public eye, you know. There's always being, you know, celebrities and people being in the spotlight. There's, you know, do you present yourself this way or do you present yourself differently? I mean, honestly, I'm gonna tell you this. Like, I get frustrated with my kids. I get angry. I get upset, and because it's not because like they're just like kids and like I'm like a bad parent, but it's like it's the struggles that I've been going through that make it hard. And so like I'll be like, man, sometimes I feel like I'm a bad parent, but it's not like I make myself a bad parent And then all of a sudden I come out of nowhere and be like, oh, these are my children, and like hug them and everything, and then be like, this is not who I am. You know, this is who I am. Go to bedtime, be a responsible parent. Are you telling me to go to bed? I'm sure you are not a bad parent. I mean, being a parent is a hard job. And yes, it's by choice, but when you are working with people who have different personalities and they are not adults and they haven't thoroughly matured, it is hard. It is pretty hard. I mean, you can make things fun and enjoyable, but then when it comes to like being serious, and it's like, especially with running with 4 kids, and I'm not gonna blame like my past, and I'm not gonna blame things that happened in the past, but it does account to what's happening now, and I'm trying to do my best to like fix the issues and like let's resolve the things that we can, you know. No, be irresponsible. Yeah. Oh yes, I see that. My sister makes me question about that daily. See, and that's the thing. It's like, and you try to respect their personalities and who they are, but it's like, really? You don't just have 4 kids, you have 4 girls. Yeah. And you know, here's the funny thing too. It's like, we have relatives, you know, immediate relatives, brothers, sisters, sister-in-laws, and all that stuff. They'll watch the kids and they'll, you know, take them out and have a great time. And we've, you know, like if you don't have kids yourself, it's kind of hard to relate. And we've been judged by our siblings, like, okay, why are you this hard on your kids, or why are you doing this, and why are you like that towards them? And it's like, well, keep in mind, like, these are just your nieces and nephews. These are your nieces. This is different. This is like the uncle that takes them out and lets them get, you know, high on sweets and then drops them off and says good luck and walks away. You're that uncle, you know. I'm that parent who's trying to do the best that I can with my kids, and then there's a struggle between that. There's a struggle of power between parent and children, especially when there's only 2 of us and there's 4 of them. So you try to do your best to raise them, but then it's like, oh. And there are times where like our siblings have realized, it's like, yeah, I kind of see what you mean. Like you do the best you can, and then they drain you, or you're exhausted. Sometimes they'll be looking at us like, why are you so tired? It's like, I have 4 kids. And then some of them are like, well, I have pets. And I'm like, it's not the same. You can leave your pets at home and not worry about them. You leave your kids at home, chaos ensues, especially with girls. You're the odd one out, toilet seat down boy. I am. It's like, this is my man cave. This is all me. This is how I enjoy myself, or try to. But one girl sometimes is a handful. It's not the same for sure. I mean, like, I am sure that having boys, only boys, is a challenge, but it's a different kind of challenge. And so raising 4 girls, and boy, that's sass. That sass that I've seen, man. It's like, your sisters, come on. You know, right now, like, obviously they're gonna be like that, but then like my wife and her sister, you know, they've been at it when they were younger, and now they love each other and they respect each other. But that's how what growing up is. I mean, I understand they're gonna hate each other and like feel feelings towards each other. And I mean, I'd say hate is a strong word, but you know, there's that anger and whatnot, and it's like, I get it. I was like that with my siblings too, but you know, do what you can and you try to make the best out of it. I am like a parent telling you guys this stuff, like, most of you don't have kids, so. Or easy solution, just my chest face. You're correct for sure, and I don't have kids. My friend has 2 boys and my sister has 2 boys. Me and my females usually don't get gel. No, it's and I've had past coworkers have said the same thing. They're like, oh, I had, you know, the females have said themselves, like, I have 4 other sisters. So there's 5 of them in total. It's like, yeah, good luck. They have told me that. Even before they were, like, the girls were, like, even before my youngest was 1, they were like, good luck. You're gonna need it. Oh, okay, thanks. Shit. But what can you do? Because I tell the truth and most people hate the truth. And, you know, and that, I think the thing is, it needs to be said sometimes, and people just need to acknowledge that that's how it is. Like, my wife has like scolded me for things, and she tells me straight out, like, A, B, C, X, Y, Z, whatever it is, she'll call me out on it. And it's like, you know, shit, she called me out on it, but this is what she sees. And so if I want to improve myself, I need to see from the lens of what she's seeing. I cannot judge myself based off of who I think I am. I have to judge myself based off of what people see me as, you know. And I've run into situations like that where I've said something and I meant full like honesty. Like I've been like, you know, this is how I honestly feel, or this is what I've said. But it was like it was portrayed incorrectly because of how I was saying it, because I wasn't saying it correctly. And I felt bad as personally, like saying like, okay, this is what I said. This is not how I meant it, but it's what it sounded like. And I was like, shit, like that's bad on me. Shame on me for passing that message along incorrectly. You know, let me be a better person by calling me out for it. Let me be a better parent by calling me out for the things that I'm doing wrong or doing incorrectly. Not by other people that aren't parents, but from other parents or from your spouse. You know, that's the thing that you have to work on and learn is like, okay, if my wife is telling me this, there's obviously good reason. And that's how you have to accept it. And I think that is one of the hard things that a lot of humans can't deal with is like facts, like what Nail said. This is the truth. Accept it. Understand that some people portray or see you as this kind of person, or they see you doing this. Fuck. They see you doing this. It's not you seeing yourself doing this. You could be like if I were to say like, hey, I'm a badass, but the way I said it or how I said it could be portrayed by somebody like, wow, you think you're a badass, but you sound more like an asshole. You know, stuff like that. So when my sister had the second, she was like, yeah, no more. What's hers is hers and what's yours is hers. There's that too. I had a lot of females with a lot of controversial idealism trying to place those ideas on me. Of fucking course won't say that for obvious reasons, but the moment I don't agree, yes. And that's the thing too. Everybody has their own ideas, their own idealisms. Don't force it on people. Just share it and then let them take it for what it is. Don't say, well, this is the way it is and deal with it. That's what causes rebellion, retaliation, misunderstanding. But I'm not here to preach. I'm not here to say left and right, but you may not realize about take on seat down pissing hints at toxic masculinity traits. You may not realize about your take on seat down pissing hints at toxic masculinity. Really? So people that sit down and use a toilet is actually toxic masculinity? Interesting. Badasses don't say they're a badass. Toxic masculinity is a myth. That's a conversation, you know. That's definitely a conversation. It's not a I see it this way and you see it that way, but I mean, you know, like I said, everybody has their own views, but to accept each other's views and to properly acknowledge what's right and what's wrong, that's where we as humans should need to understand. It's like, you know, laws and rules are created for, you know, order and just the fact that people we've excelled ourselves to the point where we understand things a lot better than animals do. And I was just thinking about this earlier too. I mean, I'm still having this conversation with you guys and it's already 1:30 almost, but the people that think that they are superior to other humans or think that, you know, someone's life isn't valuable just because of who they are or what background they come from, it goes back to the whole idea of cavemen, prehistoric times, the struggle of survival. And, you know, even if it's true that cavemen were alive at one time and Homo sapiens and all that stuff, but if you think that you're better than somebody else, you're basically going back to that standard basic mentality of what cavemen are. Either you do A or you do B, or you proceed with what you think is best and you don't care about anybody else. That is a Stone Age mentality, I feel like. And in order to improve as humans, you all have to move forward as a whole. You don't step over somebody to progress. You pull that person alongside with you so you progress together. Why leave somebody behind when you can all move forward? That's just how I feel. I respectfully accept your belief. I don't see how that is toxic masculinity. His hate on people sitting down to piss is toxic. Oh, that's what you're saying. Toxic femininity also exists. Okay, then I can respect your view. Yeah, I'd rather be toxic and I'd rather not be toxic in either way. I just never apologize for who I am ever. Life's easier that way. Toxic behavior is like cancer. I respect that. That's toxic. That just means you aren't willing to admit your flaws. Everyone has some screw loose. I think everybody does. I mean, let me put it this way. Like, my daughters have a few missing teeth. And it's not because it's just like they got it knocked out. Like my oldest, she had 4 lower teeth when she was born, but she doesn't have 4 teeth as an adult. She's only got 3 in the bottom. My youngest is the opposite. She had 3 at first, and then now she's got 4, which is now crowding. There are things like that, you know, as humans, we develop incorrectly. It's just how it is. It's how it happens. I fortunately had all my teeth and have all my teeth grow in, and they were, I wouldn't say they're perfect, but they are fairly well nice teeth. So to say if that's happening with bone structure, who's to say that that can't happen about brain structure, brain development? So I think the point of acknowledging and working together, again, that's how we move forward. To continue to point at each other and downgrade each other, you're only pressing us backwards. It sounds all theoretical and what kind of faith are you believing in, Sanushi? I believe in the faith that we as human beings, as humankind, with what knowledge we have and what knowledge we learn, should be using that to press forward as a whole, as an entire world, as who we are. We're coming from the same freaking planet. We were created from the same freaking atoms. What is different about us? Just because one person has a different skin color, just because one person talks differently, so what? Welcome back, Dice. Just got to do the usual errands. We're actually, I'm glad that I was on long enough for you to get back on here, but I actually should be going to bed. No, I believe everyone has some sort of mental illness. And I think that's the part where you acknowledge the mental illness and then you try to work better towards it. That's the thing. Being willing and able to admit that it will make you a better person. Except maybe Tony Robbins. If I am wrong, I will apologize, but usually I am a person that always try to look on both perspectives. I try to as well. Never apologizing for who you are is accepting who you are. And try to see how you can make things better if it happens again. Oh no, yeah, I mean, I have a work schedule that I have to like work towards now. So physical discrimination is a disgusting discriminator. I think there shouldn't be any discrimination at all, but you know, again, we are humans. Some people think that way, but the thing is, correct that mistake. It's not necessarily a mistake, but if you want to move together as a whole, that's the thing. If there were no laws, I mean, people would still be murdering each other, killing each other. Like, who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that has no effect on me, right? If you were to think like that, but that is not the way to live. You were put on this planet for a good reason, and you got to work towards that. But like I said, brain development, physical development, it all changes. We're not all the same. If we were all the same, fuck, we'd be robots. I always found the focus in skin color so weird. Why not eye color, or I don't know, toe length or something weird? None of that makes more sense than the other. I agree wholeheartedly. Like, being called four eyes because you wear glasses? Like, are you serious? Like, the first thing that always comes to my mind when somebody insults another person is like, what is wrong with you that you don't like, that you have to say it to somebody else about a flaw that they have to make you feel better about yourself? Who hurt you? That's what I always think of. Is like, who hurt you? Like, who made you like this? Nobody made me like this. I guess you made it yourself then. There's a double edge to that argument too. If you keep changing to please other people, you lack conviction to stand by your beliefs. I think that's always a tricky topic, you know? What if your belief is like cannibalism? I mean, is it acceptable? What is acceptable and what isn't acceptable? What if we lived in a world where, you know, it was just different? The respect for people was a lot worse, you know, stuff like that. I would never want to wish that upon anybody, but maybe some people. I do have a shit list, remember. I think that people just inherently evil, other discussion, but I think that actually ending it with you is what makes things better, in my opinion. If you acknowledge it and you try to fix yourself to become a better person, that's all that matters. If somebody's trying to force you to become a better person, it gets tricky. It's kind of like somebody forcing you to have a certain belief and all that stuff. I can't change you. You have to change yourself, and you must be willing to do that. It's tricky to do that. And as much as you try to convince some people, they obviously refuse to, because I mean, look at the world that we live in today. I mean, look at the people in certain powers and certain positions and how they think and how they feel. It's like, yes, it got you somewhere, it got you where you are now today, but is that the right way to thinking? Something is wrong with the dude who bullies others. There is. Had asked who hurt you once to a female friend. She said her father. That was an oh right then. And I mean, like, it makes sense in a way, but then at the same time, you're like, they acknowledged it, you know. I just think no one respects no one anymore. No, they don't. I mean, look at content creators, look at social media, look at how people step over each other. Here's the thing. If you're not good, you're evil. And when you're evil, you're sometimes on top of things because you're just that evil. You're willing to step over people and you're willing to do what it takes to become whatever you want to become. And I think that's kind of scary. Like, I could imagine the same thing, but am I going to do it? Am I going to execute it? Am I going to take action upon it? No, I don't think I'm going to. I have better morals than that. But we are born neutral. You have a choice. It's how you're raised too, and what you're being taught when you grow. It's either you believe in what you believe, what I believe, or you're the most valuable person you ever live. Yep. We're all born good and evil. It just comes down to a choice internally. Hurt people. Yep. Now I can accept you. Now I can accept you with a different belief. Maybe I've misunderstood what point you're trying to make, but never apologizing for who you are for a personality trait that goes against being a human is toxic in my view. I got bullied like crazy most of my life, even in my adult life. Yeah, and that's definitely going to affect you mentally. But the question is, why are those people doing that? What the hell? You know, there's no need to be bullied or to bully. You know, I've been bullied myself too. I was actually happy that I pushed back on one and he stopped when I was in middle school, but I found Baha'i faith and Aminism interesting. Huh. I don't know what Baha'i faith is. I have to look into that. I'll probably forget and I apologize, but look, if my personality trait was a serial killer, I would do anything to change it. That is rare. It's not rare among non-extremists. There is that. There are the people that are in between. So you're saying a person holding for bigotry is then the person willing to learn and change from being a bigot? But I come to learn that whatever they say is usually a reflection of themselves. There is that. It's better than a person. Okay. rather than anything that is wrong with me per se. Yeah, no, I agree. Like sometimes when the person doing the bullying or the way they believe is something that they've been affected themselves, or so forth, rather than anything. I read that most people are moderate. It's just what that moderate people are not loud. Just imagine if we were. I think that would be really good. And my wife has said that to me too. Sometimes I'm too quiet when it comes to being, I wouldn't say I'm being called out, but I'm being, treated unfairly. And my wife says, you don't stand up for yourself. She called. I basically said it and put it in her mouth, but she kind of agreed. I was like, so you're saying I'm like a little bitch sometimes when it comes to like certain people? She goes, yeah, you kind of are. And I get that, like I respect people and I try to, but then when I'm being disrespected, then I shouldn't respect them. And I understand that. But when it comes to people that you have a relationship with, whether that's family or friends, you try not to. But then if they're already at that point where they are, which I have acknowledged with certain things, I have to then stand up for myself. And I'm slowly learning to do that. When it comes down to freedom of speech, if we don't experience bad opposing views, how do we learn it's bad? I agree with that. I agree to that extent. The question is, how do you fix the bad? If people have that bad mentality, how do you help fix that bad mentality? And who's to say that? I mean, they probably have this mentality of like, well, why is my view bad and why is yours good? There's that argument all the time. Why is this good and why is that bad? Why can't it be like this? I'm like, I'm sorry. Most of the time you're fine. Bad people views do play a key part in societal development. Being willing to change is my key point. And I wish everybody was willing to change. Angry people are loud, so often we think they are many. They aren't. They're just loud. That's all they are. And you know who those people are. You can definitely see it. I don't know. I don't want to add to Frost and Rabbit's discussion. It's getting. I wouldn't say it's getting ugly, but then they are having a debate. And this is where it gets tricky. It's like, do you continue the conversation? Do you at that point of where it's not respectable? That's when it needs to stop. Change only happens when the person hates that said trait, or maybe if they learn a lesson or experience an epiphany, no one will change if told. Yeah, it's definitely something like that. It's like if something is life-changing or life-altering, then it's going to change you. Like for example, there was a guy who worked at Walmart with me at the time, and he was from an area that was very hickish and very racist, and he told me the story that changed him. He had been on the back of a truck, and when the truck went, he had fallen off the truck and basically split his skull open. Went to the hospital, and I believe it was a minority. I don't remember if he was Indian or if he was Middle Eastern, but he helped him and basically saved the guy's life. And he said, after that, I have full respect of people in general because of what he went through. And it was like, unfortunately, you had to deal with that situation of getting your skull cracked open for you to recognize that you should respect people in general, overall. But had he not experienced that, I would not have been, a good friend at the time. Like, we don't keep in touch anymore, but it was just, we worked as co-workers, and then, you have stories, you share your life moments with them because you work with them. So to have to run into that experience in order to change your views, it's unfortunate, but at the same time, I think it's good. I think it helps. It makes you a better person. And like I said, my term of better might be different from your term of better, but we are who we are, and we try doing our best. And I'm just hoping that, we are able to share the things that we can to make people think and view things differently, to make them better, You don't fix it by building more hate. When I was youngly, I had some bad views. People who got angry at me only further proved my point in my head. It was when someone was kind to me and answered my questions genuinely and not hateful when I opened up to them. Oh, that's good to hear. That's really helpful. I mean, and that's the thing too. It's like, you know, it's like the same thing like with kids, you know, you try to open up to them and be as helpful as you can. But there are times where, you know, things might not work out, and you do what you can as much as you can to help them out. So forcing stuff rarely works. Yeah. I look at back at that with my kids, and it's like we didn't force them. It's not that we didn't force them or that we did force them. It was that I think we were too lenient, and that's one of the mistakes that my wife and I did, was that we were too lenient with them with things like doing chores or so forth. So sometimes people are leopards. Sometimes you just have to accept it and move on, in my opinion. There are times where you just can't change somebody as much as you want to help them out. There are some people in my life right now that I wish they could change, and I think they've learned the hard way, but me personally, I think I've been burned too many times by them where I'm just like, yeah, there is a shit list, and if I don't need to talk to you and you're on that shit list, I'm fine with that. I can be happy the way I am without having to talk to you. Here, I'm still going down a path of learning religion, part of someone. It's mostly for myself. Convo is going deeper than my reason. Yeah, there's some deep talk here, which, I mean, do we stop? I mean, you guys can have the conversation yourselves and chat, or you know, through DMs, but I'm actually going to have to call it quits here because it's already, I think it's 1:40. Oh my God, it's 1:41. If my wife was awake, she'd slap me across the face. With her old eyes. Let's see here. Even when I care, I let them be unless it is life threatening. Nope. Best thing is be Paracelsus saying that the dose makes the poison, works for so many aspects of life. It depends. It's a great topic about humanity. I mean, like, that's what we try to do. We try to be just human about it. Have a good night, y'all. Yeah, take it easy. Thank you for tuning in, man. Thanks for hanging out the whole entire time. Thank you for the chats, bro. Good night, all. Good night, everybody. Like, hang tight, be good, treat each other respectfully. I'll see you guys Thursday. Oh, this is bullying? You called me a sexy mofo and they called it bullying. Clip it. The more you learn about religion, the more you want to keep away from the yeah, right. Love you. Take care. Thank you, Dice. Thank you for coming back, man. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in, man. Or good day. Have a good day. Enjoy your Wednesday. Everybody else enjoy your Wednesday. Like I'm doing Midwest goodbyes now. All right, get on out of here. I gotta get out of here. Good night, guys. Respect each other. Come on. Bye now.